Alright. We found a scale mail already. I wonder if I should put that on. I'm gonna try it and see how much my defenses are nuked. It's actually pretty good. I found manifold assault already. I'm still gonna go swords dexterity, I think. But if I get a triple sword or so, I could use manifold on that, maybe. I already switched to tiles and everything, pretty good. Yeah, I'm glad that I didn't forget about switching to tiles this time. Like that other time where I forgot for like 3 levels. It was pretty funny for me, probably not for you. Um, I like how the Book of Blasting has 4 blasty spells now. Yeah, it feels very flavorful. Um, Dexterity, because swords dexterity. Go back to the corridor. I think that having extra armor class helped a lot there. Yeah, this scale mail that I found first thing in the dungeon was, or has been pretty good so far. Very helpful for surviving jackals and stuff. Randart War Axe. I'm gonna put that on the wish list, but I'm gonna buy these things. Also, Randart Dagger. I also want that. Lots of unidentified stuff. Unfortunately, not enough money. It might not be unreasonable to go sack, since I have already gotten so many things that I want to buy. But we shall see how it goes. Maybe I find an acquirement before going go sack. What it would be good to find would be scroll of identify, of course. I have gotten quite a few levels. Yeah, lots of levels. I suspect that buying stuff from the shop will make it so that, like, I'm almost sure that the things that I'm buying are not scrolls of identify. I'm still gonna continue buying stuff. Because it's like they're gonna go up in price once they get identified, so I want to buy them before they do go up in price. Unfortunately, that also means buying them before I identify anything. Um, okay, that went surprisingly well. I'm a bit surprised that I managed to survive all of that. Those mighty goblins can hit pretty hard. How much money do I need to buy the things that are in there? Uh, okay, not that much. I'm sure that by the end of this level I'll already have enough. Yeah, and after that I think we read for Scroll of Identify. And that's one of the things that has been killing me the most in recent times, not having consumables identified when the time comes to need the consumables. Okay. All 3 stars leads to same band. Fortunately, they don't have pole arms. Like, none of them did have pole arms. Pretty convenient. Oh, ouch. Why are you hurting me? You may have a good leather armor, but I don't think that's enough to, justify you hurting me. That's pretty unfortunate. Ouch. Stop. Ow. Okay, am I going to die to this guy just because I was at full HP and I killed a good amount of gnolls without them dealing damage to me? But this gnoll Boda actually dealt a lot of damage. And I also missed it so many times too. Man, variants. You know how it is. You know how it is. I always talk about it. Oh, potion of haste. That's actually pretty useful. Um, Goodbye. I'm not gonna fight you now. I have regen, so yeah, I'm gonna be back to good amounts of HP before my haste runs out, and I can now finish off the Boda. I mean, I'm guessing that I can finish the Boda. You don't know for sure. Sometimes it is like that. Okay, at least we get the leather armor, and that's an upgrade for my character. Gives me motivation. Okay, we found identify. Big deal. Let's try to find blinking. Okay, we found brand weapon. That's gonna be nice um if I find a better weapon than this one, or when I find a better weapon than this one. Wow, getting smitten for 15 damage, pretty rough. Mm, +3 flail makes me regret a bit that I went swords. I think what one of the greatest weaknesses of swords is the fact that getting an upgrade for your starting sword is kind of difficult. Yeah, as opposed to polearms and maces, where getting an upgrade is super easy. Found a temple. Mm. It also says that the entrance to the thing is nearby, so that's why I went here. I don't think that I lose a lot for going here. We got Gosak, but I was thinking that I don't really want Gosak, nor Ashen Sari. What was? Yeah, I don't know what god I have, like what god I have yet to win with, or what was the god? What is the god that I have, that the most time has passed since I've won it? I guess that's a way to put it. Every time I open Discord, they give me a pop-up with a bunch of garbage that I don't care about. Um, Okay, let's see. Trying to fiddle with the bot to try to find how to do it. Mm. Hmm. I really don't know how to do it, but I know that there's a command that shows me um, how many wins I have had since I last used a goth. But I don't know what the command is called, and I don't have any way to look it up. So I'm just gonna go off with whatever goth I can find. Hmm. What god would be a good god for this run? Okawaru. I mean, Okawaru is the default answer almost always, but I don't want Okawaru this time. I am thinking Wujian. Yeah, sure, let's do it. I don't really go Wujian that often, and I like Wujian quite a bit. Monk of Wujian. Oh, I missed the thing? Seriously, I missed the thing? That's crazy. I didn't think that I would miss the thing. But it's perfectly fine. I don't mind so much missing the thing. Though maybe I should have tried to find the thing before going and getting a goth. I just thought that if I got the goth before I went into the thing, I would be able um, to get piety for my goth. Where was the entrance to that thing? Ah, I think it was here. Oh, I came pretty close to finding it before. Like I went in the opposite direction. I think I was going down here, and I went over here and I saw the fountain and I was like, oh, temple. And I went in that direction instead of going in the other direction. If I had gone in the other direction, I would have been like, oh, statue, and I would have entered the the ossuary. We don't want to deal with that. Oh, come on. Oh, it's two different ogres. Okay, that means to skip the level. Not strong enough to deal with two different ogres. Also not strong enough to deal with two priests at the same time. But at least I don't have garbage for HP as I did with my gargoyle that I played yesterday. So I can actually tap them without this feeling horrendous. Um, oh, come on. This is getting kind of ridiculous. Magic mapping might be the correct thing to do here. Yeah, I just went for it because I need to find the downstairs and I need to go downstairs. This is what I can do. I don't want to go through this level because of that, yeah. Don't want to go through this level. Okay, this is perfectly fine. E.g. with a wand of acid is very scary. Let me regen to full HP. The bolt of acid hits you. Let me respond with my own wand of mind burst. Okay, okay. You've only spent 2 charges of acid, so I get 9. That's pretty neat. Okay, ogre again. So not that relevant there, but running away from those guys made me think that it was really nice to have access to Wujian. Because Wujian gives you immunity to attacks of opportunity when actually attacking with Wujian martial arts. So that's gonna be nice. Like I can just roll at things. I do think that the Wujian martial arts are not that useful in a one versus one fight. They are kind of a one versus many thing, so that many monsters get hit by your moves. Mm. Okay, we got a longsword, so slight upgrade. We also have ouch. Okay, this guy has a great sword. It could be dangerous. This might be a serious issue. Okay, it was not really that bad. I'll pick up this greatsword. I think that I'm going to brand it as well. Yeah, I thought that it was going to be very bad to deal with that white, but I would attribute the success in that fight to my orb of light. I insist that orb of light is a really really strong thing for monks to have now. I wonder why they get it. Like, what's the rationale behind giving it to them? Specifically, out of all the items in the game, why Orb of Light? But I think that it is a pretty nice thing to have. It is impactful because it is important not only to hit monsters with the greater accuracy, but also to see invisible monsters. I see a ghost bolt here that I want to explore. And I see a killer bee, which I was able to hit because I have an orb of light. Okay, that's pretty bad. Yeah, this is not good at all. I am going to die if I stay here, so I have to re-teleport. Drink a curing as well to remove my poison. Those guys have some super nasty weapons. I saw a short sword of venom and a dagger of electrocution. So yeah, I was thinking of using one of my brand weapons right now. Maybe on the great sword. Oh yeah, like I stream frequently. I was not gonna stream today, but I decided to just go for it since after all I am not going to be streaming on Friday. Oh, this is awful. Taking a lot of damage from these beasts. Okay. I got really lucky that that stack of 3 was heal wounds. If it was not, I wouldn't have survived there. Is this better than what I have? I mean, it is a pretty good thing to have. Current attack delay 0.6. No, it's not 0.6, it's 0.7. I think that it might still be better than the longsword. I'm gonna use it for a bit. Pretty good weapon after all. Ring of Intelligence. The Ring of Intelligence doesn't do anything because once again I'm not planning on casting a lot of stuff, so I'm just gonna drop it. Nice to have a potion of curing because we are seeing a lot of things that poison and stuff, so not having curing when you're fighting those things is pretty scary. I still have not found blinking, so it is probably a good idea to not use identify on my potions, especially since I've already found heal wounds, which, yeah, that means that I don't care too much about identifying my potions. Okay, the guy that had Ice Blast there died, so that allows me to actually reposition and do my stuff. Falchion of Flaming might be useful, unfortunately. Yeah, it might be useful for chopping off Hydra heads, but I would definitely prefer to have something better for the time that I encounter Hydras. I can buy that Randart dagger, but I don't know if I want to do it. After all, Deep of Fire Elemental is very easy to kill, but I will wait a bit longer. I would like to have cold resistance for that vault. 1 pip of cold resistance would be nice, or 3 digits of HP, that also would work. It's always good to just delay things until you can safely do them. Sometimes the game forces you to not be able to do that, which is kind of bad, but that's just how it is. Okay, this guy's beating me super hard. Come on, get corroded. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. There we go. I think that before the corrosion I was not doing very well, but after the corrosion I was able to beat that guy. Yeah, I used to stream 5 days a week, but now I cannot really do that anymore. Now I only do it 3 to 4 days per week. I try to at least do that much. It's the early game. There's not much exciting things happening here. I'm just pressing tab and I'm killing things. I should play a mage as well, but I went random character and this is what I got, so no magic. Monk is melee character, melee background. Not that backgrounds limit in any way what you can do in this game. They only define what you start with. And since it's the very beginning, well, I am doing the thing that I can do from the start, which is melee. We don't want to do that. That's fine. It's a bunch of dudes, but they are not priests. Oh, there's a priest. Yeah, the priest changes everything because it means that while I'm tabbing the dudes that cannot really hurt me that badly, the priest will not hesitate to smite me. Mm. Got hit by a couple of boomerangs of dispersal. Very annoying. They blink you away from where you are, which can be very dangerous if you're not thinking about that. I ended up winning them, Brani. The run ended successfully. It's gonna go to YouTube too, since I don't really play Ru that much. But yeah, it was really, really good. It was magical. Um, the moment that I started using the Dark Mole, the run got significantly more powerful. It was kind of crazy. I didn't think that it was gonna be that good. I thought that I was gonna use the Dark Mole and I was gonna like instantly die. But I think that I did it in the correct order by waiting a bit until I was high enough HP to not die from using it, or like because I didn't really like train the skill while I was not using it. I started training it after I decided that it was a good idea to train it. Um, but yeah, I think that training the skill to 27 also helped quite a bit. That and the stack of potions of haste that I had so many of them. So I was able to actually fight in SOT reasonably well, like a bit better than you would expect a character with the Dark Maul to be able to. Um, well, there were some moments where I was hitting orbs of fire and I was not one-shotting them, and that felt kind of insulting in a personal level. Like, why am I hitting this thing and it's not dying? I think it's D5, the one that I skipped. Yep, perfect. I can now go back and kill those ogres that made me skip this level. Um, what did I just get? A ring of protection? I want that. Yeah, look at that. Big tankiness for this character. Really, really nice. Jian most boring god? Nah, I think that the most boring god has to be something like Drogo or Kawaru. Funnily enough, earlier I was thinking about going Okawaru, but I abstained because, like, Okawaru is just the correct god on any character that is using a weapon, like, or pressing tab. Like, it's just the best god for that kind of thing. Um, so yeah, I'm only gonna go Kawaru on the tournament. Um, I don't know if I can beat that. Can I beat this? Okay, it got corroded. Oh, I might not be able to beat it. But what I can do is Serpent Slash. Yeah, that's how I beat it. Serpent Slash is such a strong ability. Um, okay, let's see. About 1% of your maximum possible piety. This ability is so great. Duel is fun. Duel is a pretty interesting, strong ability. That I can tell you. Really useful to have. I like to use it to kill things that are not even that difficult to kill, but then take the time to rest off to full HP after winning the fight. Found a pretty good longsword of freezing. I'm glad that I didn't use my 2 scrolls of brand weapon, trying to get a branded longsword or something, because I'm sure that I would have just replaced it with this regardless. Unless it was distortion, that is. Oh, lots of yaks. These yaks are supported by an Orc Priest, so I don't really want to fight them like that. I think that I'm gonna stir dance a bit. So Wujian gives you immunity from attacks of opportunity, but only as long as you're doing Wujian stuff. If you're attacking with Wujian, then you have immunity to attacks of opportunity. Can be pretty useful if you have to fight in the open. I think that I like Wujian quite a bit. Like, I know that a lot of people don't like Wujian. I personally do because I feel like it adds another dimension to melee. It's not just press tab and wait for things to die. It is a bit more interesting than that when you are going Wujian. That's why I like Wujian. Like, it's about positioning yourself so you can get like advantage from from the Wujian martial arts that you get, and also Serpent Slash. You can even use wall jump and stuff and deal a ton of damage. Oh, that's two-headed ogres. So yeah, I was gonna fight one. Like one, I have already been able to kill, but two is a bit too much for me. We are not doing two. At least not when they were so close. Now that they are a bit far away, I can use one of Ice Blast. Maybe Acid as well. Yeah, that should be enough to kill this one, maybe. Sure. Has a flavor, sure, not a flavor you personally enjoy. Hmm. I don't know. I feel like the things that Wujian adds to your character are things that are, in my opinion, good for the game and for melee characters to have as a whole. Because, yeah, as I already mentioned, makes things more interesting for your melee character. Hmm. Gives you some other options. It's not really that noticeable at this point in the game, but the more the game goes on, the more you really get to exert the power of Wujian's abilities. Can be pretty neat indeed. Okay, that's the entrance to Orc, full of zombies. I don't have any weapons of Holy Rat this time. Kind of a shame. There's a priest in the background. Um, Yep, it's gonna smite me. I don't want to fight there because the priest is just gonna smite me like crazy. I'm not concerned about the endless horde of zombies. I'm more concerned about the single priest just smiting me like 5 times and making things kind of complicated. Yep. Now that the priest is that the zombies are just like free to kill. Okay, that's it for the up to 11. Let's go to Lair. Am I still carrying that? Yeah, Falchion of Flaming. Important to carry that when coming to the line of the Hydras. Um, oh, that's a lot of fighting. I shouldn't have that much fighting. Yeah, that's way more than necessary for now. Another thing that I like about Wujian is that Wujian is not an evocations god, so you don't really have to go out of your way to train a skill for the purpose of getting godly assistance. It just happens. Okay, I don't think that I can beat Gastronok based on what just happened. Or maybe I can, look at that. Okay, I was actually kind of winning. But the fights with Gastronok can be pretty scary. He hits pretty hard and he has Airstrike. So the correct thing to do more often than not is just not do it and not fight Gastronok. That's what jellies. And one slime creature, which for some characters it could be a dangerous thing to fight here, but fortunately not for this one. Gastronok still pretty bad. How are we going to do this? I haven't found it at the downstairs, but yeah, I am definitely interested in not doing this anymore now that Gastronok is here. The correct thing to do, I think, is go elsewhere. Things are going pretty well so far. I have gotten, like the ring of protection that I got has been making this early game experience much nicer than it would otherwise be. Um, I also happen to have resistance to poison, so that's also nice for doing well in Lair. Haven't seen a lot of poisonous monsters here, but between black mambas, water moccasins, king toads, there is a good amount of poisonous monsters that can be pretty annoying. No merfolk here. I thought that there were always merfolk in this vault. Well, there's gonna be a lot more merfolk in this game, so it doesn't matter that no merfolk generated there. Um, oh yeah, the Komodo dragons are always gonna hit hard. They are one of the most damaging monsters here. They hit for 34. They even hit harder than Death Yaks, believe it or not. Um, Yep, can bite for up to 34, and the Death Yak hits for 30. The difference here is that the Death Yak comes in bands, and it has more HP than the Komodo Dragon, so um, fighting 6 Death Yaks is definitely more scary than fighting 1 Komodo Dragon, even if the Komodo Dragon has theoretically a higher chance to beat you in a 1 versus 1. Okay, still searching for blinking, of course. Mm. Don't need that ring of poison resistance, I already have that. At least for now. Maybe later I'll be interested in using it, but hopefully not. Hopefully not. Oh, I got marked in a level with Death Yaks. That is delightful. Let me run to the stairs, get rid of this guy, and keep running to the stairs. Fortunately, the stairs were pretty close to where I was, so it wasn't that bad to just retreat. No orb spiders here, which is really nice because an orb spider here would be kind of annoying. Wouldn't be the end of the world. I can always lunge at it, which is an ability that Jian has. Um, yeah, religion in Crawl greatly affects your character. It has a significant impact. It's not like in NetHack where pretty much all gods play the same. And well, I say all gods, but it's like more alignments in NetHack. Um, you can choose between one of 3 alignments, kind of. It's a very complicated thing. I probably shouldn't be even talking about NetHack because it's so complicated to explain. Okay, I got marked again. Oh, there was an alligator there. That's actually kind of scary, you know. We're early enough in the game that an alligator is really scary, really dangerous thing indeed. Okay, fortunately I have cancellation identified. We can cancel the petrification and the mark as well. And we get rid of the basilisk. Getting petrified there would have been pretty bad. I would have taken a lot of damage. Wujian is fun with a Kobold Stabber or a Troll. Yeah, I think that Kobold of Wujian is really good. You have with Serpent Slash guaranteed stabs. Like if you see a sleeping enemy and you press the Serpent Slash button, the enemy is dead. It's super nice. But I don't play Kobold that much because I'm not a fan of species with low HP. I really did train a lot of fighting. Let's get 8 armor. And after that, I think that I'll... Oh no, maybe I should get 11 dodging, actually, instead of 8 armor. And after that, maybe we get evocations. Yeah, like I was thinking armor, but in this case, evasion makes a bit more sense since I am a swords dexterity character, and the evasion dodging scales with dexterity, and I will get a lot of that. So yeah, makes sense to train that first. It doesn't always make sense to train that first, but this time it definitely does. Not a fan of losing. Yeah, also not a fan of losing. That's why I don't like species with low HP. I do have to say that Binestalker is a small exception to that, because it is a species with low HP, but I do like Binestalker. I don't know why, but I do. Yeah, they have some pretty cool stuff, Binestalkers. The anti-magic bite, the mana regen, and the HP regen as well. They have good HP regen. Lots and lots of HP regen. Binestalker of Jiva gets like 5 HP regen per turn, which is absolutely crazy. Can get even higher if you equip regen gear. Okay, I think that I can go back to the previous level, but I need to be kind of careful. We definitely don't want to deal with this guy if it has any kind of support. Alone, maybe I can deal with. Um, yeah, that's why I didn't want to deal with the alligator. The burst of speed means that I cannot outrun it. It is faster than I am, which is a pretty scary thing. Okay, I throw a net onto the alligator, and that's lasts for just enough for me to kill it. It is pretty good. Careful with that swamp worm. Pretty scary monsters. Alligator and swamp worm for the entrance to swamp. Laya tank. This time we're not using a Laya tank. It's a strength weapon, and we are a dexterity character, so no Laya tank. If I had a potion of might here, this would be the perfect time to use it. Yeah, I feel like might is what I need to win this fight. I guess I can also use Heavenly Storm. Yeah, sure. Heavenly Storm is pretty expensive, as you can see. 12% of your maximum possible piety. Yeah, it really is the kind of thing that you cannot use every fight. But this is not an average fight. It's a fight against a bunch of Death Yaks in Lair 3. So I think that it is perfectly reasonable to actually use it a bit. On the other hand, I forgot how to use Heavenly Storm. You're supposed to use Wujian abilities when you're using Heavenly Storm so you get more evasion. If you don't do that, you're not really getting maximum value out of this. Okay, so far so good. I'm gonna use Serpent Slash, and then I'm gonna use the wall jump, and I'm going to just destroy them. Yep, pretty good. It's a pretty flashy play, that one, like Serpent Slash wall jump, because you hit them really hard and you hit them a lot of times, and it doesn't miss and it doesn't spend any time. So you just land and then you can attack them again, or attack whoever survived. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Situationally useful, not something that you can really do every fight. But it is pretty nice when you do have the ability to do it. Been seeing a lot of swamp monsters, but I don't know where the entrance to swamp is at all. Okay, we get rid of the Hydra using my Falchion of Flaming. I still wonder why Hydras are still in the game. The craziest part is that I mentioned like that to Depths, and I don't know. PF at least does not seem to mind Hydras. But I don't know. I don't like them. Never liked them from my early days in Crawl, and I still do not like them. They have not grown on me with the passage of time. Gonna get evocations now. We're gonna get about 10 evocations. Seems like a good amount. Evocations is a skill that you use to make your wands and experience evocables deal more damage. It is a skill that I didn't use the previous game, the one with the Rue Worshipper, because the Rue Worshipper had sacrificed the ability to use evocables, which it was not as bad as I thought it was gonna be. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be significantly worse than it ended up being. How are these guys dealing? Yeah, they're doing okay. We're dealing decent amounts of damage to them. Really good thing that I'm not getting hit by attacks of opportunity. Wujian is pretty good for Lair. I hadn't ever thought about it, but Lair is a part of the game where you're likely to encounter bands of monsters without the ability to actually retreat to a corridor or something to fight them better. And Wujian lets them not all just destroy you with attacks of opportunity or so. Pretty nice. Okay, I just realized that there's a Goliath frog there. The correct thing to do, I think, is probably to not be doing this. I think that these guys have a decent chance to beat me. The elephants are pretty hurt, but I'm a bit unnerved by the Goliath Frog because it's actually capable of hitting me kind of hard. It also has reaching, so it's hiding behind the guys with a lot of HP. It's pretty annoying. Um, okay. A frog of exceptional size for a frog. I find it pretty funny that the game says that, and it is very small. When compared to a cane toads are pretty large. Hmm. Hmm. I'm gonna use a scroll of fear. Fortunately, I do have that. Once again, I don't get why this happens. It keeps happening. Like that monsters attack you when you use a scroll of fear. Like the turn you use a scroll of fear, a monster can attack you for some reason. Or rather, like I have seen it happen the most when monsters have breath weapons. They just like get feared and then they proceed to attack you with their breath weapon. That's not something that monsters used to do. Maybe it's some kind of wacky new behavior. Let's go to D12. I'll go back to the ending of Lair later when I feel like I can do it. Okay, corrosion on Gastronok. I think that I can beat Gastronok. I'm gonna go for Serpent Slash to seal the deal. Hat of Sea Invisible. Kind of okay thing to have, I would say. This Hat of Sea Invisible. It's not that important since I have the Orb of Light, but when I eventually take off the Orb of Light, it's gonna be a good thing to have. See Invisible. Um, I guess it's only there until I find a Hat of Willpower or something. If I find one of those, like that's so much more important of a property than See Invisible, in my opinion, that I would just replace it. The game feels pretty different without Apoc, of course. Apoc is really busted. Mm, do I equip this? I don't think I care. Or do I? Does it give me more evasion than what I have right now? It might give me the same and a bit less armor class. No, it actually would give me a bit more evasion. Gonna have to try it. Yeah, 2 more points of evasion at the cost of my poison resistance. But we're about to enter a part of the game where poison resistance is not that important to have. Um, it will be more relevant later. So for now, we can actually afford to not have it. Yeah, and Rift Wizard consumables give you just a straight up immunity for a rather large amount of time. In Crawl, the resistances are never immunities, except for very weird exceptions. Yeah, like very weird exceptions, like the gargoyles and their immunity to poison. Oh yeah, like that's why there was a granite statue. Like when the game tells you found a granite statue, that means that the game is trying to warn you that there's something really messed up in like up ahead. Hey Kilroy, thank you for stopping by. Good to see you around. I am here playing Crawl. Yeah, hope life has been going well for you, Kilroy. Usual work plus games. Yeah, it's been going okay. I'm still grieving my uncle, but that's the kind of thing that I guess is just gonna stay with me for life, so I better get used to it. How did you get out? Did something open the door for you? This is actually kind of a big issue because it is fast. So, yeah, that's the kind of thing that I cannot really deal with. Okay, I'm just gonna Serpent Slash away, close the door, and then leave the level. We're never going back to that level. And then we go into the Bolt's entrance ambush. Very funny. Okay, at least we can easily skip that level. Mm. Let's go to orc. Let's go to orc. Orc is the correct thing to do now. That Storm Dragon is really scary. It's a very exciting encounter, however, since if I somehow manage to assemble the tools required to be able to kill it, I'll be able to have a chance to get Storm Scales, which are pretty good. As resistant as plate and as heavy as chainmail. Plus, they always have resistance to electricity. Another random character, yes. It's a good thing that I don't have to change the title while changing the content of the stream if I play random characters. Yeah, that's actually a pretty useful thing. Mm. Okay. So, in case you don't know about Wujian, Wujian has a passive ability. Like, it's part of worshipping Wujian that whenever I walk around monsters or I walk towards monsters, I do attacks to them. I also have the ability to do a wall jump to attack them while I'm jumping over them. But that's kind of more of a niche thing that I don't really do that often. Um, so that doesn't matter that much. Very good for dealing with one versus many monsters. With many monsters, you know what I mean. Mm, mm. I think tomorrow I might play some Rift Wizard. Yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna do in Rift Wizard, but I might do the Dragon Run again, but I'm just gonna end it with something to actually kill Mordred this time. So that we don't have the same thing happen like last time where I did very well through 24 floors and then I just died to Mordred because Mordred is pretty difficult to kill with summons. Mm. Oh, I got confused. What was your chance to confuse me? Only at 28. Mm. Kind of uncomfortable. So yeah, now that I have people here, I guess it's a good time to mention that Human Monk was the very first character that I played in Crawl. It has a funny story. I started the game and I got a bolt that was removed. I think it was called something ambush. I don't remember the creator of the vault, but it was an ambush. Like you enter the dungeon and you have monsters with launchers or with robots in in your line of sight the moment that you enter the dungeon, and you have to run away from them. But like I didn't know anything about the game, so I just died instantly. And I was like, "Wow, this game is ruthless! Like nothing like this would happen in NetHack," which is pretty funny because that vault was eventually removed from the game because it is kind of rude to do that to a like a player on turn 0. So yeah. It's funny to see how things that like were actually kind of nasty were eventually removed. Yeah. Just realized anything that makes you faster will have Wujian synergy. Yeah, in a certain way. But there's not a lot of things that make you faster if you think about it. Wujian has it already embedded with Serpent Slash. Um, but like haste is a limited thing. Like it's a very powerful limited effect. Faster species. Well, Spriggans are miserable. Cats are miserable. Centaurs are removed. There's not really that many faster species. There's more. No, there's also not that many slower species. There's only Baraki and Naga, I think. What would the Dark Maul look like with Wujian movement damage? It would be bad because Wujian attacks sometimes happen if your attack speed is over 1.0. So like if it's 1.1, you have a pretty okay chance of doing it, but there's also the chance of not doing any attacks, as opposed to having a fast weapon. So it doesn't work very well with Wujian, the Dark Maul. Um, the Dark Maul is more for Vice Electric Charge and Statue Form. Obviously, Manifold Assault, which I was using. Um, yeah, those actually do very well with Wujian. I do wonder how it would work while using Serpent Slash, because Serpent Slash doesn't make time pass. Like, you take two actions instantly, so they just happen. And if time doesn't pass, like, it doesn't matter how long it takes you to swing the Dark Maul, theoretically. But I don't know if that's actually how it works. Um, I'm probably never gonna have the chance to, try it because the Dark Maul is such a weird thing, and I don't really go Wujian that much. The combination of those two, yeah. We are gonna be getting some armor now because the time has come for me to get some armor. Mm, I only have one scroll of identify. This could get pretty dangerous. I wish that I already had blinking identified. Gonna try to disengage as much from these guys as I can, and then I'm gonna read that one scroll of identify to see if I find blinking. Oh, wow, it did happen. Sure. No complaints. Oh, I could use Serpent Slash or Heavenly Storm here. Yeah, I'm actually gonna go for it. You may be thinking, but it's a small fight against super weak monsters. Why even use Heavenly Storm here? But the thing is that I'm about to fight a Warlord, so I would rather be strong for the Warlord. This also has a nice side effect of reducing the line of sight of the Warlords, so that not all the Orcs are mighty. But apparently, well, yeah, a good amount of them are not mighty, so pretty useful. You never figured how or when to use Heavenly Storm? You use it when you get into a fight that's gonna be massive, like a fight of legendary proportions. Um, like for example, SOT 5. I have a video on YouTube, like a Bind Stalker that just turns on Heavenly Storm and literally walks to the Orb, killing everything in the process by doing this. Like, it's incredible. um, Oh, Serpent Slash. Serpent Slash is super useful. It is a very good offensive and defensive ability. The offense comes from the fact that you get two attacks with like a guarantee that the opponent is not gonna retaliate. The defensive thing is that you get two movement options with a guarantee that the monsters are not gonna chase after you during those two movements. So yeah, those two are super good. Really, really strong. Abilities to have. Use Serpent Slash all the time? I mean, it is very cheap, so it's not an issue to use it that often, especially because Wujian just likes it when you kill things. So it's very easy to get Wujian Piety as well. Oh, I accidentally used Serpent Slash. I wanted to read the description. Yeah, 1% of your max possible piety. You can indeed use it all the time. Probably not use it when you're not fighting anything, but you can use it all the time. And as you saw there, it lasted for very long. It just like keeps going until the timer runs out. If the timer is still up, and you can recharge it very easily, but just by attacking things with martial arts, by lunging or whirlwind or those things. So yeah, it's pretty nice. I really like that about Gujian. Serpent Slash is a really strong ability because you can avoid getting hit by attacks of opportunity Normally, as a Wujian worshipper, you're only gonna really get hit by one monster hitting you with attacks of opportunity. Super easy to set that up just by whirlwinding into such a position where only one monster can hit you with those. But if you really need zero monsters to hit you, you can just use Serpent Slash. It's like controlled blink if you think about it. It's like very, very short range controlled blink that also has offensive uses. It is kinda crazy if you think about it. Do I have resistance? I may have it, but it is probably unidentified. Anyway, I have already found blinking, so I can just read all my scrolls now. I don't care about what I could get. Oh, this is a setup to die. Many people die to this plus immolation. So if you get poison, then summons, you need to stop. You cannot read any more scrolls. Or poison plus butterflies. The summons are gonna die. Like it's okay unless you're a worshipper um, of the Shining One. I bet the Shining One would get pretty mad at that. Um, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, now I can continue reading my scrolls. Amnesia, Silence. Okay, I only had one of those. That's kind of a shame. But they're pretty rare, so it is understandable that I only have one of those. Unseen Horror. This is where the Storm Dragon is. This level is where the Storm Dragon is, and I still cannot deal with that, so I am definitely incentivized to not be there. So how have things been going for you guys? I hope that everything has been going well. Yeah, it's been going okay for me. I'm gonna go to the buffet this weekend, and I'm gonna bring my mom. Yeah, I keep telling her about the buffet, but she has not had the opportunity to accompany me until now. Now she will come with me, and we will eat a lot of Chinese food. And then I will roll out of the buffet and go to the final of the league with my friend. You know, that thing that I told you about yesterday. It's gonna be nice. Okay, I got hit kinda hard. Double Sword of Holy Rat. That's a big upgrade for me. I'm gonna be enchanting that. Maybe even rebranding it. Unfortunately, I only have one scroll of enchant weapon. Okay, we use Serpent Slash here. That was a good example of an offensive use of Serpent Slash. I went for it because I knew that the boost of damage that I would get would finish this fight quickly because, you know, Uruk hit me kind of hard. I was at about half HP. I was starting to feel kind of nervous about this, but yeah, that's how you use it offensively. The attacks don't miss, and they deal more damage. The attacks that you do with Serpent Slash, but they need to be martial arts, the ones that Wujian likes. By the way, I bought a Cloak of Willpower, which is an incredible thing to have. I'm going to enchant it. In fact, it is so good that I'm just gonna enchant it right now. Same goes for this double sword. I'm just gonna enchant it right now. I'm gonna train to 16 because 16 is min delay for the double sword. Turn on the auto pickup for enchant weapon, as always. And we can continue. I still do not want to be in that level because unfortunately that level is the domain of that Storm Dragon now. And it will be until I find a potion of resistance. Okay, this level is getting pretty difficult to enter, unfortunately. Cannot really go through that, through those stairs. I need to find another set of stairs. I wonder if this double sword deals more damage than what I had before. Nava's rating 34 versus 25. The damage rating does not take into account the brand, however. Huh. I think the double sword is probably better already. I'm just gonna drop that and keep the double sword and the falchion and not use the great sword since we got a double sword. Um, Double swords are not more damaging than great swords, but great swords are two-handers, so that means no shield. And I do want a shield. I already did a no shield run yesterday. These are the centaurs that I was dealing with before, but it's significantly easier when I'm not getting hit by all of them at the same time. Charming on Sonia. Okay, have her fight the ogre mage. It's nice that I found Sonia and other enemies at the same time. Really cool because that means that I can just throw Sonia at something and either Sonia is gonna kill a bunch of dudes or the dudes are just gonna kill Sonia. Either way I win. Okay, Serpent Slash there. I got hit for 37 from that Bolt of Magma. Kinda painful. Oh, Sonia either died or killed something. I think Sonia died. Yeah. I think that she was fighting this vampire and the vampire just like destroyed her because Sonia is kind of weak versus things that are immune to poison. Okay. Oh yeah, I was treating the ogre mage as if I didn't have willpower, but I have one people willpower, so it's okay. Hello, I am doing well, Mr. Z Drech. Thank you for stopping by. How are you doing today? I got a bit of a headache, but nothing too bad. Yeah, it could be worse. So it's not bad enough that I don't want to stream, but it did make me consider not streaming a bit earlier. What is this? +5 chainmail with minus tele. On most characters this would be instantly a no. On this character, it's worth considering because Jian Serpent Slash makes it so that I don't need blinking that badly. It is definitely still the most important consumable in the game, but Serpent Slash makes it so that, like, at least at this point in the game, if I need to blink, I can probably solve the situation by using Serpent Slash and running to the stairs. Killing sometimes while Monster Hunter Stories 2 downloads. I've never played Monster Hunter. I think that my main issue with it is that it looks like a really, really grindy game. But I was thinking about that when I was playing the Made in Abyss earlier. The Made in Abyss game earlier today. Yeah, I don't play that kind of thing off stream, but I do play it. And I was like, okay, this game's kind of grindy, but the gameplay loop is pretty interesting. Just like, well, not necessarily interesting, but entertaining and exciting. You just explore the abyss and find new monsters, and you look at them to research them. Sometimes you even fight those monsters. You complete some missions. Yeah, it's okay. I wish the combat was better. The combat is not particularly good or abundant in that game, but it does fulfill my expectations of a Made in Abyss game. Like, it is how I expected the game to be. When I saw the thing and then I read the manga, I was like, oh yeah, like this should definitely be a video game. You love Wild Hearts over Monster Hunter? Never heard of that one. I have heard of Monster Hunter. It's a very popular thing after all, but never heard of the other one. I assume that the gameplay loop is similar to Monster Hunter. I should probably go finish Lair now. I can probably do it now that I have. Like, that D13 had a bunch of really nasty monsters. It was one of those late dungeon bolts that are designed to pretty much kill you. But my character is strong enough that it was not really an issue. Kind of annoying to get affected by barbs while in the open. Yep. I think that I should go do Lure now. I was gonna do it after ending this level, but I think that I should just go do it now because I'm starting to see some situations that are making me use consumables, and that's an indicator of the character not being strong enough to, be able to do those things without having to use consumables. At the end of the day, consumables are few and precious, very important. I also hadn't done Lure 1, so I guess I can do that as well. Wild Hearts was released quite recently. Oh, well, that explains why I have never heard of it. I am going to put it on my Steam wish list to maybe eventually one of these days buy it if it goes if it goes on sale for low enough. Mm, that's something that I often do. Very rarely will I just instantly buy a game the moment that it releases. Last time that I did it was with Guilty Gear Strive, and that one ended up being kind of a dot for me. I liked it, but I didn't like it that much, and I feel like the DLC characters were a bit too much. They were kind of ridiculous. Um, so I just called it quits on Guilty Gear. On Strive, at least. I like Xart, but I like Xart. Oh, no, not Xart. I like Accent Core, that's the one that I often, well, not often, very rarely play on stream. Yep. But in small doses. That one is definitely not good to overdo it on. You play too much of that game, your hand starts to hurt, and you also get kind of mad because that game is just kind of designed like that. Um, that one stream that I had the other day, that was like awful, full of sappas. There were so many sappas. It was not good. It's probably like full price, right? Yeah, I never buy games like that. Even well, except for Strife. That one, that's like the one exception. I was gonna mention that before Strife, other games that I have done the same for were Fighting EX Layer, which is another fighting game. I was pretty excited when Fighting EX Layer released. The online ended up not being good at all, so I was never really able to get too much into that game. But I still bought it as a way to express gratitude over the many hours of enjoyment that I got from the Street Fighter EX series when I was a kid. Um, and I also bought Indivisible the day that it released, and that one was actually pretty good. I think that it was kind of incomplete. Like it feels incomplete. It feels like there were so many more things that the devs wanted to do with that game, but like they were unable to because they needed to release something. Um, but it was still kind of nice. Yeah, it just could have been so much more than what it ended up being. Um, Last game you bought right after it released was the Persona 3 Remaster. Look where that got you. Persona 3 Remaster. When did that release? I've also never played a Persona game. I've heard that they're kinda grindy as well. I'm kind of allergic to grindy gaming experiences, in case it wasn't obvious. Um, yeah, I like Crawl because Crawl is not really grindy. Yeah, Crawl does it in a pretty good way where like you go through the game and the game is designed in such a way that like going through the game makes you strong enough or like strong enough to be able to do the next part of the game. Sometimes it's very easy depending on loot that you find. Sometimes it can be a bit more complicated, but it is overall doable. That like the experience from Lure is enough to make me able to do Orc unless I get super unlucky. And then I can do D15, and then I can do Lure branches. Well, that's kind of like the iffiest part of all. I don't think that a D15 character is ready to do Lure branches 100% of the time. Or like, or maybe it is, but like you have to play it very carefully, and I'm not really that good at playing things so carefully. Minus cast hat. I like that. Yeah, I like that a lot. I'm not gonna cast anything anyway, so minus cast hat is good to me. Mm, Rupert can be pretty spooky. You know what? I'm just gonna Serpent Slash away from Rupert. Put on my minus cast hat. Goodbye, see invisible. Late January this year. Oh, that means that you didn't really get a lot of playtime out of it. Yeah. I have to say that the games that I've bought like immediately on release, I've gotten a good amount of playtime on them. Even in Strive, I played like 200 hours of it or so. It wasn't that bad for $60, you know? On the other hand, I am playing Crawl, which I've played for more than 3,000 hours already, and I haven't spent anything on it. In fact, Crawl has given me money because it gives me content to stream, and you guys give me money. So if you think about it, Crawl gives me money instead of me giving Crawl money. It's a pretty weird experience. I wish I could do that for every game, but I don't really think that I can deliver the quality of stream that I would like to deliver playing other things. And I know because I've tried, and whenever I play other things, I ended up not feeling that great about the stream at the end. Yeah. So I just abstain from streaming other things, and it's perfectly fine. Or Rift Wizard is the exception to that rule. Rift Wizard does work very well with my style of commentary. That one I don't feel bad about streaming. In fact, like finding Rift Wizard was miraculous for the stream. Like it was probably a stream lifesaver because I found it at a time where I was not feeling so good about the way that Crawl was going, and I needed a bit of a break from Crawl. And then I got Rift Wizard, and it was like perfect. And then I got Kochmind. You know, you want to know why I got Kochmind? Well, Calico Muter gave it to me, and I was excited for Kochmind because I had recently played Rift Wizard, and I was like, okay, maybe this game is as amazing as Rift Wizard. Maybe I shouldn't have spent all that time just ignoring roguelikes. Maybe roguelikes nowadays, new age roguelikes to call them in a certain way. Maybe they're as miraculous and fantastic as Rift Wizard was. And well, you remember the experience that I had with Kochmind. It was not great. Oh, I should probably use Serpent Slash here. Okay, you kill Rupert. Very easy kill on Rupert. Oh, Rupert had ice scales? What? Ice scales and an executioner sacks of flaming? That's kind of crazy. I don't have any fire resistance, so I cannot really make use of ice scales. I hope that I get a treasure trove that wants ice scales, however. You see, yeah, you see. How I played Rift Wizard recently. I played like a couple of weeks ago. I put a couple of runs on Twitch, or on YouTube, sorry, not on Twitch. Playtime wasn't an issue, the quality of the port was, but the graphics and audio were worse quality than the PSP version. Wow, that sounds weird. Like, how do you make a port and make it worse than the original? Like, wasn't it a remake or remaster? Like, remaster, but it's worse than the original? What? I don't get it. It seems weird to me. And where I was going with the button release thing was that I have another game on the list. It's called Tebi. It is from the developer of Ravi Rivi, which is probably my favorite Metroidvania ever. It is such an incredible game, and when I heard that the studio was making another Metroidvania, like that was instantly on my Steam wishlist. The day that it releases, I'm not gonna be streaming because I'm gonna be playing that. They use AI to upscale the backgrounds. That's a fancy use for AI. Mm. Well, we're pretty much done with Learn now. Let's go back to the dungeon. Back to D14. Humans level up really fast. That's one of the few special things that human has. Their aptitudes are all zeros, and with 2+1s and stealth and invocations because that's the average. They also have -1 spellcasting because once again that's the average. If you select human in the character select screen, it tells you human are just average, and it really is the case. Humans are literally just average. Mm. I think that I should just rebrand this thing. Like, Holy Wrath is not doing anything, and it will not do anything for the vast majority of the game. Heavy, on the other hand, I already have it Mindley. I'm not using a shield. I'm gonna roll with heavy for a bit, but I'm pretty sure that I will eventually get rid of it. Yeah, it's also not that great with Jian. Pretty much guarantees that I won't be getting multiple attacks. Yeah, you spin and attack the Efreet. Um, I'm going to keep my eyes open to see if I get like a message that says you spin and attack the monster repeatedly. Mm, because um, yeah, as you can see with a faster weapon like this scimitar flaming, you do it repeatedly. Um, Thank you for the follow, Yaron. I appreciate it. It looked like they didn't touch any of the models for enemies or characters. Sometimes, like, ports are like that. I am not very much of a fan of um, games with a budget. I guess that you could call them that when in reality it's not really games with a budget because they do stuff like what you have been mentioning. It's like games from brands that used to have budgets. Nowadays and like for many years now actually, for about a decade at this point, like I just pay attention to indie games whenever I happen to be able to find out about them. Yeah, like some of the greatest game experiences that I've had in my life have just come from me searching for games on Twitch, or not on Twitch, on Steam. Like I imagine the kind of game that I want to play, and I try to search for that game. Like for example, I found Infinity Wars all those years ago. Um, as like I searched for trading card game free to play, and I got Infinity Wars and a bunch of other games that I knew about. But Infinity Wars caught my eyes because it was advertised as an animated trading card game, where every card was animated. Back in the day, that was kind of like a revolutionary thing. Um, I do think that, well, I guess I have hindsight now after so many years of changes in card games. But maybe they should have made it so that the only animated cards were the premium ones, the way that other games have done it. Um, have I ever played Shattered Pixel Dungeon? Never. I have heard about it, but I have never played it. Mm, okay. That Stone Giant was kind of spooky. Fortunately, I was powerful enough to beat it. I don't feel so nice with heavy. I'm just gonna rebrand it. Draining is okay. Yeah, draining is... Oh, Lear's Hallberg. Let's put this on. Wait, how many slots does this take? Chainmail coif, chosses, and mail gauntlets. I think that's boots, gloves, and body armor. Does it also take the helmet? Oh, it probably takes the helmet because it says covers its wearer's body part. Do I care about it then? Sure. I think that it will be a significant upgrade for my character to put this on. Let's try it. Okay, 3613 from 2021, I think I had. It's funny watching this game not knowing anything at all. How do you even arrive to the stream if you don't know about Crawl? Like, do tell me. This is not like a sarcastic thing. I really want to know how you got to the stream because that's something that I've mentioned in the past. Like, sometimes Twitch brings people to me, and I don't know how that happens. Some people have said in the past, oh yeah, like I just search for crawl, and of course people search for crawl, and I'm the only person streaming this, and I do so rather consistently, so of course they're gonna find my stream. But yeah, like I'm genuinely curious. Did it just appear for you on stream? One of the well, today, I guess, or what happened? Okay, that's the real one. Hmm. Hmm. How am I going to get rid of you? Lightning Rod is how I'm going to get rid of you. Um, well, Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup is a roguelike, like an actual roguelike, not something that is called a roguelike when it only has one or two roguelike elements. Um, what is a roguelike? It's a game that is turn-based, tile-based. It has no meta progression. It has permanent death. Um, and it has some degree of randomness. Generally, it's a big degree of randomness. Like you don't know what monsters you're gonna be fighting, you don't know what loot you're gonna be getting. So yeah, that's crawl pretty much. I'm gonna be training armor if I'm gonna be using this. Um, what's in your recommended section as streamer you frequent plays this game off stream? Oh, what streamer? I will follow. I will, no joke, follow immediately. Um, so you were interested enough to check it out. Oh yeah, well, that's a pretty good thing. If you want to get into crawl, I have hundreds of hours of crawl on YouTube already. This is a pretty fancy shop. I wonder if anything will come out of it. What is this? It's pretty good. Okay, I like this. I like it a lot. I think that it's better than what I had before. Why am I carrying a bunch of stuff here? I don't want any of these things. Um, but I do want this. It's a weapon of flaming, so I can just drop this scimitar of flaming. In fact, I think that this is just my main weapon now. It has weakness to cold, but it's okay because I have a ring of cold resistance. Resistance to electricity is super nice. So yeah, I really like this item. Angani Giza. Monster Hunter, but does Discord streams of this? No, oh yeah, funny thing that he does Discord streams of the games that I would play on stream. It's probably because he's trying to actually, make a decent living out of this. I fortunately can manage to scrape by with the generous contributions of the community and like Twitch payouts and subscriptions and all that stuff. But it's not like I'm making savings for retirement or anything. No, fortunately, I don't have to think about that just yet. I can delay it for a bit more. But yeah, I don't think that I would be able to do well on stream. Well, I say do well with like 20 something viewers because at least people are watching me. There's a ton of people on Twitch that stream for one viewer for the entirety of their Twitch career, and yeah, like I'm fortunate that I'm not in that spot. But I don't think that I could jump to having a ton of viewers if I played something else. I feel like, in fact, the opposite would probably happen. But anyway, I'm gonna follow Angani Giza right now while I think where I'm gonna go next. We have Shoals and Spider, so that's gonna be annoying. Yeah, that I can tell you right now. It's gonna be annoying. I don't have flying. Gonna have to find a ring of flight. You have no clue of the game too, but you watch other Twitch streamer who streams stuff like Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead, or you don't know Dwarf Fortress. My stream was recommended. You were curious and checked my stream. Where have I seen you before? I have seen you. Oh, you subbed a while ago with no messages. Okay, I still appreciate the sub regardless. But yeah, anyway, when it comes to crawl, don't feel ashamed to ask whatever you need to ask. I love to answer questions regarding the game. and like my thought process for why I make certain decisions in the game. I feel like understanding the thought processes of people makes it so that you can figure things better, and stuff like that. Regarding this game, at least, but it also applies to many other things in life. Um, so yeah, I think that maybe we do shoals because a spider is gonna be absolutely miserable with my current character. I don't have poison resistance anymore. I would have to take off Lear's Hallberg, and if I take off Lear's Hallberg, I lose a ton of armor class, which also makes a spider awful, if for different reasons. Um, I could take off the Ring of Protection too. Um, um, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put on this Ring of Poison Resistance, and instead of the Ring of Protection, we can get rid of the Ring of Protection for now, probably forever, and go do Spider. Let's give that a try. Yeah, let's see how awful it is. If it's too bad, I can always go do something else, like shoals. Um, my defenses and resistances are not enough for me to do elf, unfortunately. So no elf before their branches this time. Um, but yeah, regarding crawl, if you have never played it and you don't know what's up with the game, I would recommend you to give it a try because the barrier for entry is really, really low since after all it is a free game. So the only investment that you have to do is your time. You just have to dedicate a little bit of time to downloading the game and trying it, or making an account online and trying it, and deciding if it's for you or not. Yeah. That's a good thing to do in life, I think. Trying new stuff and figuring out whether or not the new things are for you. You like the stream is quiet and chill, and I explained a lot. Tried yesterday the tutorial, but didn't play much. Oh, the tutorial is also great. It is very simple. Like it doesn't go into a lot of detail when it comes to like really nasty situations. It just like teaches you how to move and the stuff that I don't have the patience for doing. Like if you were to get into the stream and ask me what to do to play the basic things in the game, like to do the very basic things in the game, I would be like, the tutorial has that, and I'm very glad that the tutorial is so good. But when it comes to things a bit more advanced, like once you know how to play the game, but you don't know how to play the game, that's where I'm at. Like that's my niche. If you want to see like super highly advanced gameplay, I don't think that there's anyone on Twitch that like does play crawl at like a super high level. But I would say that Particle Face is probably better than I am. I don't have the patience to win many characters in a row where Particle Face does. And yeah, I would recommend you, if like you want to get into crawl to that level, maybe also consider following Particle Face or Wizard Dyke as well, for more crawl content. In case I'm not streaming, you might be interested in that. So yeah, crawl is nice. I am very grateful to the crawl community and the crawl devs for all these years of entertainment, enjoyment, and even a medium to be able to stream that I have been provided with, thanks to crawl. It's really nice. I somehow don't have Scrolls of Fogu. I'm a bit surprised by that. Normally I would have more than 0 for this point in the game. But sure, what I'm going to do in that case is gonna be Heavenly Storm, which is very expensive, but it is a Scroll of Fogu after all. Like it reduces your line of sight, which is exactly what I needed in order to be able to deal with all of these melee. Having melee at the edge of the screen with other monsters supporting them is a super nasty situation to be in. After all, the melee smite you very frequently, and that hurts a lot. While the monsters are also hitting you. Yeah, lots of really bad stuff. By the way, I was also not fighting in the correct spot there because like I was running into walls a lot, so not able to truly take advantage of the Heavenly Storm if I'm surrounded by walls. That went very well. Kind of pricey, but it's okay to use Piety. I used Heavenly Storm, which is very expensive, and I'm still at 6 pips of Piety, so yeah, very clearly I was very close to the Piety cap. Not that anything bad happens if you're at the Piety cap, it just means that you're not using the maximum value of your god, and you should probably be using god abilities a bit more. Like sometimes using god abilities may feel like a bit of a waste, but on the other hand, you can also think of it as setting things up so that you don't have to use more valuable consumables later down the fight. Kind of annoying that this place has monsters with barbs. The steel barb worm. Since I am a worshipper of Jian, I like to move around when fighting multiple monsters at the same time, and being barbed hurts me when I move, so generally you just like stop moving if you get barbed. But that also decreases my damage output a lot. Also, do you remember earlier when I said that I wasn't using Wujian a lot? Well, Wujian probably shines in parts of the game like this, where you have probably noticed already. It's just like very open and no choke points. I have to take fights many versus one. Wujian helps a lot with that. Pretty useful indeed. If you play online, you can share all your games and folks can take your games and give advice. That is a good thing about online. I have never finished a crawl game of stream or offline. I have finished crawl games of stream. I played crawl for 12 years, for 9 years before starting to stream, in fact. So I have finished games of stream, but never offline. Offline is only like a tool for testing stuff. I have some contributions as a play tester of a couple of things. One sprint, in fact, like pit sprint, I think it's called sprint 5 or so. Sprint, I think it's a sprint 6, pit sprint, maybe sprint 7. Yeah, that one I am credited for playtesting it. It was the first time that I did anything like that back in the day. It was nice. Funny experience to learn how to compile something on Linux and stuff. Yeah, pretty cool. Nowadays, people don't really design or play many sprints. I should probably do it more often. There were a couple of streams a while ago where I played sprints. Sprints are a more reduced version of crawl. They are like the entirety of the game in one level with adjustments to experience gain and other stuff so that it is actually doable. But yeah, I used to play them a lot when I was younger. That and Sot Defense. Sot Defense was this game, but as a tower defense. You were able to summon dudes that protected the Orb of Sot, and you had to protect the Orb of Sot as well. It was kind of an interesting thing. It fell out of favor a couple of versions ago because it was kind of difficult to balance and maintain. So the devs just abandoned it. But it is still there if you want to play it in older versions, so it's fine. Things got pretty complicated at some point there, but fortunately I was able to survive. Yep, so many melee. Melee are supposed to be rare enemies here. They're pretty nasty because if you find them in the open, you're kind of forced to use consumables in order to deal with them. Like, trying to just run at them and hit them is gonna end very bad. Best case scenario, you are seriously injured but you survive. And worst case scenario, more monsters appear while you're running towards them and they kill you because the melee are just gonna deal that much damage to you. If you happen to have a corner or a way to break line of sight, they are significantly more manageable. I can tell you that. Okay, not the worst spider so far. Yeah, it's definitely been mild compared to how awful it can be. Haven't even needed to use a scroll blinking at all. I guess that Wujian helps a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna attribute this to Wujian actually. I'm gonna say that Wujian is the reason why this has been going so well. You're even more entangled. What happens if I use Serpent Slash? Oh, I still have Serpent Slash. Okay, pretty annoying. But yeah, I didn't know that if Serpent Slash would somehow let me break away from the net for free or something, but it doesn't do that. Good thing to know about. Orb spiders are very annoying. They're one of my least favorite enemies because they do this. They're faster than you and they run away from you. And they also hit pretty hard. Yeah, you remember yesterday when I got hit for like 60 something damage from an Orb of Destruction? That was funny. You also liked the Guilty Gear stream a few days ago, but you're a Tekken fan. Maybe you'll try Guilty Gear if it gets cheaper. Try Guilty Gear Plus R. It often goes on sale for like $3, and it's, in my opinion, the best Guilty Gear has ever been. Yeah, I don't like Exarth, which is the one that came after that one. I don't like the sound design. I don't like the visuals. I feel like it went way too anime. Like Guilty Gear has always been anime, but that like took it to a point where I was actually uncomforted by. Like I didn't like the way that it was done. And then Strive was cool in the visual department, and the music was also kind of okay. I don't like how all the songs have lyrics, but the gameplay was so lame. Yeah, the gameplay for Strive is pretty lame, so I don't play that anymore. Guilty Gear is better because of the anime art style. Plus R does it well. Like it's so cool, the art style. Yeah, look up some art for Guilty Gear Plus art if you're interested in that. I guess I'm gonna get a bit more evocations because I don't really know what to train. This would be the point where I would get a shield. Do I have a shield? I have a buckler. That is pretty much not having a shield. Maybe it would have been nice to have Snake after all instead of Spider, because in Snake at least I would be able to get a quality shield since they often generate there. It's nice to have the Orb of Light. Like I insist that the Orb of Light is a rather high impact thing. I really like it. Very useful thing to have indeed. Lets me see these invisible ghost mods and therefore prevents them from just destroying me. Prevents them from just destroying me. Orb of Light takes a hand. A hand that should be holding onto the Dark Maul. Yeah, but this time I haven't even gotten the Dark Maul. Not that I would use it if I was to get it, I have to say that. Yeah, this time I wouldn't really use it. Oh, okay. I was not sure if the barbs would hurt me in Serpent Slash, but I guess that it's still movement. Serpent Slash is a weird thing. I'm glad that I am playing Wujian today. It was a good decision because I hadn't played Wujian in a while, and I get to try a couple of things ahead of the Wujian video that I will make eventually. It's on W and I'm on H, so yeah, there's still a few letters to go until I get to W. Yep. Spider has been easy for me this time because I have Wujian, which lets me fight many versus one in the open very easily. I have poison resistance, I have good armor class, and I have good damage output. I think that all those things are necessary if you want to make Spider the easiest that it can be. You're waiting for the Jared video? Spoilers, I'm not a fan of Jared. I liked old Jared a lot more than current one. Yeah, I have not played a lot of Dread, but I will probably play it soon. Yeah, for the same reasons that I played Nemelex the other day and Jian today. Um, yeah, maybe it grows on me a bit more now, but last time I played it, I didn't really like it that much. You hate New Dread? So you will like your video? A new hand touches the beacon. Mm, 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 mm. What do we train for? More fighting? I guess so. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, once again, we're playing a melee character, and melee characters don't have to train a lot of things. I have to train my weapon, armor, dodging, maybe shields, and fighting. Those are the most important things to train. This bolt has dead scarabs, so I don't really want to do it right now. Or do I want? I don't want to. I definitely don't want to do it. But like, what else am I going to do? Shows? I would prefer to just finish this. Um, Gotta be very careful with those dead scarabs. They can easily kill me. Like that time the other day where I had a Fedas character and I got the gauntlet and I was so happy. And I went into the gauntlet that had the dead scarabs, and well, the dead scarab there was only one and I got absolutely dumpstered by it. It was so sad because I was so excited. And I even destroyed the Minotaur. It was super easy. And the Dead Scarab just burned through all of my consumables and still killed me. And the Dead Scarab, there was only one. There's gonna be more than one here. So, um, Might, Heavenly Storm, and then, alright, let's do this. Okay, so far I haven't gotten slowed. And I already killed that Dead Scarab. Pretty good. That's two Dead Scarabs. But I think there's more than two. Serpent Slash, Wall Jump. We're gonna wall jump to this tile. That's gonna make a bunch of things explode. Kill the third Dead Scarab. I'm still very surprised by the fact that I haven't gotten slowed. Yeah, there's still more Dead Scarabs. Okay, now I'm slow. Maybe I should have hasted. I mean, it's a bit too late for that, but like as part of my preparations here, I should have hasted probably. Okay, we won thanks to Heavenly Storm. Yeah, such a strong buff. Gloves of Stealth. I'll carry these. When I eventually take off Lear's Hallberg, those are gonna be nice to have. And I pick up rune number 1 out of 3. Scarf of Harm. We're not really gonna be using that Scarf of Harm. But yeah, I'm reaching the point at which I would like to have shields, but unfortunately no shields have generated. Harm, you say? Okay, I do have to say that Harm Dark Mole was kinda crazy. that was pretty sick. That's the reason why that character is gonna go to YouTube. I might even make it a thumbnail where it's just like, what character was it? It was a gargoyle. I'm gonna grab a picture of a gargoyle off of the internet, and then I'm gonna like just slap the dark mole onto its hand or something, and I'm gonna put it on YouTube like that. Um, with a pair of boots on. Boots? Why boots? Oh, because boots of harm. Yeah, because boots of harm. Well, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. Yeah, overall I would say that this was a very easy spider. Sometimes a spider is absolutely miserable, but not this time. I'm not gonna do shoals yet, and I guess it's time for me to do bolts. The main issue here is that I don't have cold resistance, and cold resistance actually comes into play in bolts every now and then. I guess I wear the chainmail. It kinda nerfs my evasion a good amount. I don't like it. Um, I'm not gonna be using this chainmail. Let's see. We have a rune scale mail there. There were also a lot of things in that Randart shop that I didn't buy. Where did I get this demon blade from? I bought it in a shop on D15. Go D15. Maybe the renders that are here will change how I look at my character. Yeah, there's a ring and there's two scale mails. The ring is absolutely worthless, unfortunately. Feels scammed, but I cannot ask for refunds there. The scale mail is bad. It's not absolutely worthless, but it is not good either. And the second scale mail is worse than the first scale mail somehow. Why can items like this generate? Why can renders like this generate? I feel like +0 with one property renders should never generate. Like, why is this a thing that can happen? What is the +15 armor I have? It's +18, and it's the Lear's hauberk. Um, it is a well-made golden hauberk that covers all of its wearer's body parts. It includes a chainmail coif, trusses, and mail gauntlets. This requires you to not have a helmet, body armor, boots, or gloves equipped. Takes up all of those slots, but it gives you a ton of armor class. I was using it for Spider. It's actually pretty decent, but you know it starts to decay once you care about resistances, and we have gotten to that point. So I cannot really use it anymore. At least not for bolts. Maybe I go back to it for shoals or something. Well, in the absence of good armor, I guess we go back to the search for something decent. I want cold resistance. Cold resistance is important. I cannot wear that plate. It's too heavy. I wish I had a scale mail of cold resistance. That would be the perfect item right now. Maybe it is here. I'm glad that I have all this money and I don't really need it. Not saving up for anything, so I can afford to spend it all on finding a specific item that I want. Nope, no luck so far. Well, I don't really need cold resistance. Yeah, I think that we're okay. Maybe I can replace the Ring of Poison Resistance with Ring of Fire Resistance. Do I have one? I have that Ring of Fire with negative. It's so bad. Ring of Fire with negative willpower. Yeah, that's kind of awful. I guess I can put on Scale Mail Fire Resistance. Nah, I'm not using that. I guess it's okay. I can just go at it like this and equip a Ring of Protection, I suppose. After all, I do have one. Okay, now let's go do bolts and see how it goes. It should go okay. I don't think that this character will do poorly here. It has a lot of strengths. It hits pretty hard, and it has resistance to electricity. So those are two nice things to have for the purpose of doing bolts. Okay, that first fight lost me 100 HP. That was kind of scary. But it was also a fight that is not representative of the average fight that I'm gonna have here. It was a Warden, a bunch of Reactors, and a Thunderhook at the same time. At least I had cold resistance. With no cold resistance, I think I would have died there. Or resistance to electricity, rather. There were no frost hearts there to threaten my cold resistance. Of which I do have a lot of cold resistance at least. Everything is mighty here. Why is everything mighty? This is pretty scary. I have minus tele, by the way, so I cannot really teleport. The mistakes have been made. I really want to take off this chainmail now. Because I would love to teleport right now, because I think teleport is the easiest way to not die here. But I cannot afford to do it. Or like I literally can't do it. Not like I cannot afford to do it. I cannot do it at all. Um, do I just Serpent Slash back in? Mm, no, I'm not gonna do it. Too dangerous. Oh, the Convokers are convoking again. Oh, things are going so poorly. Re-scroll fear. Okay, that's nice. Now I would like to try to get out. Yeah, we aggravate the deep troll, but it's perfectly okay. Now let me run in this direction. Okay. Once again, that was pretty bad, but that was not representative of the average fight here. Yeah, I think that we have just gotten two really bad fights in a row. The first, the Yaktars and the Bolt Warden, and then Convoker convoking a Convoker. That was also pretty bad, and a couple of other nasty things like the giant orange brain summoned a couple of things. Um, that was not a very good fight for me. Yeah, that minus tele there was pretty bad because I really would have loved to teleport there. I want to take it off, but I cannot take it off. The thing here is that Lear's Hallberg would be great if it didn't cover my head, because my head is giving me poison resistance, or cold resistance rather, which is very good thing to have right now. Um, Yeah, I'm just gonna have to keep going and be a bit careful to not end in fights like that again. Oh, I remembered something important. My what was it? D13 or so? D12? No, I think it was D13. The level with the Storm Dragon. Now that I have resistance to electricity, I can actually kill it. Okay. As you can see, since I'm fighting so many monsters at the same time now, the time has come to use Jian stuff. Mm, like instead of tabbing, I'm just like doing Jian martial arts. So far, it's going very well. Yeah, I got marked. That's why I used Heavenly Storm here. Mm, and yeah, Heavenly Storm, as I already mentioned, is the kind of thing that you use to take very long fights. And I suspected that this was going to be a very long fight. Helps a lot that it breaks my, or that it blocks my line of sight apart from uh, monsters that are very close to me, because that makes it so that like monsters with launchers cannot attack me unless they are already within range of me attacking them in return. Pretty useful thing, Heavenly Storm. It's a really strong ability. Not the strongest ability. I would say that that's Ru Apocalypse, as I mentioned yesterday, but still pretty strong regardless. Yeah, D13. Was it D13? There, it was D12, wasn't it? Yeah, it was D12. Okay, bring it on. I can actually deal with you now. Not afraid of your stuff. And it drops storm scales. Those are kind of interesting. When I eventually get rid of the Demon Blade, because I have enough enchant to actually use the double sword, it's gonna be nice to have that set of storm scales. I might even use them for the rest of the game. It all depends on what defenses or resistances I end up lacking by the time I have to go to SOT. What's your chance to destroy me, Mr. Wizard? 9%. Okay. Yep. Going to the Abyss is not a happy experience. I would not recommend it unless you are powerful enough to survive it. Bookshops are not what we want to see, since one of my core items gives me minus cast. So like, I checked it regardless because sometimes they have manuals, but not this time. Wow, that guy literally got one shot. You launch at the Frostcart in a flurry of attacks. It got hit twice and it just died. That's amazing. Okay, bolts 1 done. Yeah, everything is fine. Like there was just those fights at the beginning. It kind of looked bad because I said these are not representative of the average fights that I'm gonna have here, and I had two of them in a row pretty much. But like, if they really are not representative of the average fights that I'm gonna have here, more often than not, it's just gonna be a human band. And if I take care of the Convoker not convoking, that's gonna be it. And like, I'm gonna be able to beat them without taking a lot of damage, and everything will be okay. Um, yeah, or a wizard and a couple of ugly things, nothing to really worry about. Or a necromancer. Yeah, pretty easy to deal with. Mm. Lots of undead. Is that the crypt entrance or something? Or why are there so many undead? It's a pretty expensive scroll of acquirement. I'm gonna get it regardless. What else am I going to spend my money on? Next floor bazaar. I'm already calling it. Oh, oh. Okay, okay. I do have to say that I have never done a wrong with the singing sword. Like, I've never used it for an extended period of time. The manual of armor is incredible as well. Yeah, I want the singing sword. Last run, I played with the dark maul, which I had never used before. This run, I'm using the singing sword, which I have never used before. Yeah, sure. The manual of armor was probably the correct option since I already have such a beast weapon in the form of a demon blade. But I have to use the singing sword. The sword says, "Hi, I'm the singing sword." Um, Storm skills. Okay. Goodbye chainmail. We don't really lose anything. And we still have resistance to electricity. I like this. This looks okay to me. I guess I lost a little bit of evasion, but that's fine. I can get a ring of strength or something, and I'll get back my evasion eventually. What's the damage rating on the singing sword? 45 versus um, 36 on the double sword and 39 on the demon blade. The demon blade is branded, so probably the demon blade would deal a bit more damage. But the singing sword does have Sonic Wave. It radiates damaging Sonic Waves as it strikes, especially in combat involving dangerous or numerous foes. Yeah, you will see. It's pretty funny. There's even a flash on the screen. The singing sword at beats time. You send a blast of sound all around you. The singing sword sings an ear-splitting high note. The singing sword boasts, "I have an 8th octave range, you know?" So funny. Oh, the flash is so bright. I can disable it. I just don't know how to disable it, but I know that you can disable it. Yeah, it's like when I use Osokubo's refrigeration, which I haven't used in a long time, but that was a concern of mine back when I used um, Osokubo's refrigeration a lot. Yeah, I gotta disable it. I need to search how to disable it. Gonna ask on the Discord. Does equipping the Singing Sword give you immunity to eardrum damage? Apparently it does, because it never hurts me when the Singing Sword does that kind of thing. Yeah, that reminds me of the Scepter of Torment. Back in the day, the Scepter of Torment used to also torment you, which obviously made it a pretty worthless item for the vast majority of crawl characters. Now that it doesn't, it's super powerful. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate the follow. Let me see your name. Cursworth. Cursworth, thank you for the follow. Humans level up so fast. Usually by this point in the game, after having only gotten one rune, you wouldn't be experience level 20. Not even if you have found like a potion of experience or something, would you be experience level 20. What do we have here? Nothing. Not even a shop. I have gotten shops from that bolt before, but not this time. Yeah, I already searched for how to disable the flash because some people are probably trying to sleep. I have heard that some people like use my stream to go to sleep, and like having a flash just go on every 3 seconds is gonna make it pretty difficult to sleep. So I definitely want to disable it. I just don't know how. But I already asked. It's only a matter of time until someone answers, and then I will disable it. I got hit pretty hard by dudes that hit pretty hard, so I'm gonna walk away from them. Gonna try not to get hit by for 68 damage again, and I'm gonna use Ice Blast. Epilepsy warning, just in case. Oh yeah, I guess that too is an unfortunate thing to consider. Okay, it has been added to the title. The Bolt Warden is very scary with its Bardich. A mighty Bolt Warden with a Bardich. How hard can you hit actually? It can hit for up to 55 damage with its weapon. Is it not mighty anymore? No, it is. How come it only hits for 55? I thought it was gonna be higher than 60. Huh. Ouch. Still capable of hitting me pretty hard. So I have a couple of options here. The guy's almost dead. I think that I can just kill it, but I risk dying myself. So the correct thing to do, I think, is almost always to just use a scroll blinking here. Unfortunate that I have to use a scroll blinking. I don't like using scrolls of blinking because they're so powerful and so limited, but it's better than dying. What's better? Having 2 scrolls of blinking in your inventory or dying with 3 scrolls of blinking in your inventory? That's the thought process that helps me, be okay with with doing that kind of thing. So yeah, the Singing Sword is pretty buff now, that it can trigger during normal combat. It used to only trigger when combat was really nasty for you, which made it pretty bad, by the way. Oh, you have an arbalest. Oh, no wonder. Oh, ouch! Stop doing that. I have Fogu now. I finally got some Fogu, so I can just use that. Drink a heal wounds, drink another heal wounds, and I should be able to beat it now. Or maybe not. Okay, maybe I won't be able to beat this guy. How tanky are you? Plate only. Shouldn't be that difficult for me to beat. But apparently it's not the case. Okay, that was pretty jank. Got a Ring of Strength. Gonna replace it for this Ring of Cold Resistance. We don't need that. Okay, that gave me a good amount of evasion. I liked it. XZ? What is XZ? Oh, Cigarette Sprint. Your JRPG hoarding brain say die with as many consumables as possible. It's a badge of honor. Oh no, like it really doesn't work like that in Crawl. In Crawl, it's like if you die with consumables, you're just wasting your time. There's challenges that challenge you to go to certain lengths of the game without using consumables, and I don't think that I have ever gotten any of those because they're pretty difficult. Don't use the items now. You might need it later. JRPG life. Oh, it certainly applies for some stuff in crawl, but on the other hand, you have to take it up to a certain point. Like you cannot just die and say, "Oh, I'm okay because I might need that later." Because like if you die, then it's gone forever. Like you're never gonna get to use it if you die. The objective of consumables in crawl and in roguelikes as a whole is to avoid death. So if you need to use a consumable to avoid death, it's better to use it and avoid death than die and lose it anyway. Um, yeah, that's something that I really like about roguelikes, that it is thoughtful game design like that. Pretty much the opposite of JRPGs if you think about it. In JRPGs, you prefer dying before using the consumable. In crawl, you prefer using the consumable before dying. Final boss may have a second form, or it may only be a fake out final boss, and the actual final boss is coming right after. Yeah. Thinking about it, we already fought one of the, or like, I think the only unique that has two forms. I fought Baisu Shen earlier. It was such an easy fight that I didn't even comment on it. You have a kite shield, and I have Jian, so I'm going to use Jian. The flashes are starting to get to me. Let me see if something with animations, options guide. Oh, I have to look at text file. Um, Flash screen message. Do you think it's that one? That's the opposite of what I want. It in fact makes it so that the screen flashes whenever you see a message. Well, that's not what I want. Um, hmm. Message and display enhancements. Nope, can't find it. Um, it's very difficult to search for things like these if you don't have like 10 or 15 minutes to read everything. I bet this is a pretty good document if you actually have the time to go through all of it. Yeah, in case you're wondering about what document I'm talking about, here it is. Mm, let's see Discord again. There might be DLC later. Never mind the fact this game was released before DLC was ever a thing. I might need the item later. You may want to do an NG plus run later. Having a lot of consumables would make it easier. You should save as many as you can now. Haha. Yeah, the horror. I guess that's the only way to put it. The horror. You kill Asterion, and I get a shield now. Okay, Kite shield has been acquired. Time to turn on shield training. Yeah, I would say that other than the flashing, the singing sword is doing a pretty decent job at dealing good amounts of damage and, killing the enemies before they can kill me. Ouch. It really does suck when monsters choose to start hitting me pretty hard. I have noticed that it happens very frequently with Bolt Wardens. They're pretty strong, so it's perfectly understandable. The one time you use consumables in a JRPG, you curse your past self for using them. Your past. Does it really come up that you use consumables and you're like, oh, but I may need those later, and then you use them and you actually need those later? Because that has happened to me in Crawl. I don't play JRPGs, so I don't know. But in Crawl, it does happen very frequently. Like, I do remember very vividly this one run where I had one potion of resistance in the entirety of the game, and I used it, and then I got to Sot. And the very first fight in Sot was with an electric golem, which obviously destroyed me because I didn't have a source of resistance to electricity. That time I regretted using consumables. So now I try my best to not use consumables until I do have to use them, of course. Um, oh, use animations. That's the command. Let me save the game and actually make a change to my RC file. Well, I guess I don't even need to save the game just yet. No, I'll save. I'll save the game. We can watch someone while I take care of that. Who do we watch? High Five, a Minotaur Fighter. That's a good name. We can. Let me go change my RC file. Give me a minute. Okay, theoretically, this should make it so that I don't have that issue anymore. Or like, not that issue, but like the flashing doesn't happen anymore. Let's go back to tiles. You use a rare consumable that restored HP and mana to full for the entire party, and you have to chase the final boss real hard because you ran out of them. You're not gonna need that many, and this fight is rough. Later on, you thought, why would I use them then? You play enough JRPGs to know better. Yeah, that sounds like a really specific situation. You might enjoy Crawl a lot. Yeah, like the flashing is gone now, so we can remove the epilepsy warning just in case from the title. Um, Final boss had 14 faces. That sounds horrendous. Yeah, Crawl does not really have a final boss per se. The final boss is the final level because the final level generates a bunch of really, really difficult monsters. Really tanky, really damaging monsters. So it's not just one big bad, it's a bunch of really dangerous dudes that are not as strong as some of the nastiest things that can generate in this game, but still pretty nasty regardless. Like, let me give you an example of a monster in Crawl that could qualify to be like the final boss of JRPG. Um, yeah, set above Demon Lord of Fire and Steel. A violent and wrathful demon set above appears as a giant humanoid covered in shining golden armor and wielding a huge twisted sword, which you can use, by the way. It's pretty cool. Um, Lots of HP. Like, this is one of the monsters with the most HP in the entirety of the game, and also has a ton of armor class to boot. That one would take 2 hits to die from Dark Ball. That's not true. The Dark Ball run that I had yesterday, I almost took it to extended, precisely because I wanted to see how badly it would do against the Hell Lords and Pan Lords, but I don't think that it would die from 2 hits. Maybe 4 on good rolls. More conservatively, I think it would be more like 10 hits. Um, but yeah, Serevov has a bunch of really nasty stuff, but the worst thing about Serevov is Firestorm. Calls forth a mighty storm of roaring flame directly onto the target, dealing damage in a large area and leaving behind short-lived fire vortices. Half of its damage bypasses fire resistance. You can use this to kill orbs of fire, and it deals 8 dice of 16, which you cannot see because my console is covering it. 8 dice of 16, really nasty. Also Iron Shot, Fire Summon. Fire Summon is nasty. Summons Demons of Flame and Damnation. This was buffed recently. Now it only summons super scary stuff. Balrogs, Hellions, Fiends, and I think that only those three things are summoned. Balrogs, Hellions, and Fiends. Um, Pretty bad. But anyway, that's just an example of a super late game monster. 3 dice of 36 Iron Shot as well. Oh, but 3 dice of 36 Iron Shot isn't even that bad. Like, more monsters have that. The exclusive thing about Set Above is Firestorm, and he's 8 dice of 16 Firestorm. Um, Instant Leech. Instant Leeches have, once again, my console is covering things up. 3 dice of 48 Crystal Spear. 3 dice of 48. They also have 3 dice of 34 Corrosive Bolt. So yeah, pretty damaging dudes. This game has a lot of really damaging things for the late game. It also has massive damage variance. So like at one point you can just destroy a monster, and the next fight the monster can destroy you. That's a core part of Kroll's design philosophy, unfortunately. I'm not a fan of that. Like, I've never been a fan of that. I wish that it wasn't the case. I wish the damage was a bit more consistent. But if the damage was a bit more consistent, you could optimize fights the way that people do in NetHack. So that's why it's not so consistent. Oh, talking about dudes that can deal a lot of damage. 9 dice of 19 Orb of Destruction. What does a D36 look like? It's a magical item that only exists in the realm of video games. Yeah, it's like a imaginary number. Okay, this time Boris wasn't that difficult, but Boris often is not that difficult. He's not a pushover by any means, like, he's pretty dangerous, but I would say that an Ancient Leech is more dangerous than Boris. The main attractive of Boris is that Boris revives. It's like the Wizard of Yendor. If you have played NetHack or other games where the Wizard of Yendor appears. Okay, Convokers are convoking again, like Convoker into Convoker. Pretty annoying. Please stop doing that, because this is not the kind of character that can do very well against fights like that. No Euclidean dice. You cannot handle seeing the D36. You can actually make the D36, you've actually seen one? Oh, that's cool. Quite funny and lopsided looking, like a fat D20 with a D8-esque diagonal direction. That's crazy. That you can make a D36. No one sells D36, right? I've seen D100. I've seen a couple of them. They're kind of cool. But I've never seen D36. Dexterity again. Okay. The character feels kinda really strong, not gonna lie. I am enjoying my time with this character. I hope that it does not take a turn for the worst eventually. But I'm a bit confident about it. Yeah, feel like we are doing well and we are gonna continue doing well. This thing has a 14% chance to paralyze me. 14%, pretty nasty. You should try to avoid that kind of thing whenever possible. So, in case any of you if it's your first time watching my stream for some reason, Kroll has permanent death. So, like, if the character dies, it's gone forever. There's no saves. Well, there's saves, but like the save is only for like if you need to stop playing and then come back later. It's not like I can restore from the save that I created earlier. So that's why it is so important to actually use consumables and like do things to try to preserve the life of your character in situations where things might get nasty. It is a pretty cool design philosophy, in my opinion. I really, really like it. I feel like it adds a lot of stakes and difficulty to the games. It, in fact, directly addresses one of the things that I don't like about JRPGs, which is that I feel like any encounter can be solved with sufficient amounts of grinding. I feel like that's kind of insulting of the player's time. And roguelikes do it the opposite way. Like they're difficult, but once you start gaining experience yourself as a player and you know how to play the game and how to approach encounters and what to do and what to equip and like that kind of thing, that's when you start making progress in the game. So like your experience level goes up, and that is more important than your character's experience level going up. Um, so yeah, I really like it. I absolutely love it, in fact. Um, it works like that more for crawl, I would say. Other games like NetHack, I guess it also is like that, but to a lesser degree, unfortunately, because NetHack has a bunch of other stuff that makes it a bit more complicated. Um, Not as simple to describe. Okay, this time there's no combo curse on the screen at least, so this is actually not gonna be that bad of a fight. I'm doing so well. I think the Singing Sword is porting a ton of damage. At least you will die someday and escape this Therium. The Singing Sword is that's a funny message to say to a monster. Um, I bet the life of a sword is a boring one. Probably a very nauseating one, being swung around left and right, sometimes going into the innards of other people. Yeah, I wouldn't like to be a sword if you think about it. Um, Ouch. Okay. Hmm. I actually don't know if the Singing Sword turns into the Screaming Sword anymore. Hopefully it still does, but I don't know because I have gotten already into a couple of situations where I would consider the tension to be quite high and it hasn't turned into the Screaming Sword. Hmm. Yeah, these fights have been going not so well. I've been taking a lot of damage from them. Cool character, yeah. Singing Sword Human of Jian. First try. This time I didn't have to go through multiple characters to get one that gets to a mid game. Wushu cosplay? Is it really a Wushu cosplay? I mean, I guess so, if you think about it. I bet that you could. Oh, I was thinking of Wuxia. Wuxia is what I was thinking of. I bet you could make like a Wuxia film with a main character with a cursed sword that likes to scream in combat, and its wielder who's apparently deaf because the wielder never takes damage from the sword. You got it wrong. Oh, you were also thinking about Wuxia. I see. I don't even know if Wuxia is how you're supposed to pronounce it. Speaking of sufficient grinding, oh no. The SMT series put a lot of emphasis on buffs and debuffs, but if you're dedicated enough, you can finish SMT3 without ever using 1 because it doesn't have the usual 99 level cap, but it still has a 255 level cap. It took a player over 10 hours, while on times 100 experience through cheats to reach that, and just barely they were able to beat the hardest boss in the game. Wusha? Wusha. Washa. No, it is Wusha. Um, that sounds awful. Yeah, I wonder why people sometimes do certain things to themselves. Sometimes my mom watches some really awful things on Netflix, and I'm like, why do you keep doing that to yourself? Um, but she enjoys it, so whatever. I got it. It's supposed to sound like a sword swipe. It kinda does, but I don't know. Okay, got hit for 35 damage crystal spear. These are some rather nasty guys. I am glad that I have a scroll of silence, so you cannot cast anything. The golden dragon is kind of scary, however. I only have one potion of resistance. I'm not gonna use my last potion of resistance. I think that I might be able to survive this without having to use that. Please? Please? Oh, okay. Come on. Okay, we got it. We also got gold scales, but this character cannot equip those. Or, well, I guess it can, but it would nuke my evasion. That's a beautiful thing about Crawl. Like, you can do whatever you want to do. If you have a spell at 100% chance to fail, you can try to cast it. The game will make you, like, confirm. Are you sure you want to do this? Because that's a really bad idea. But you can, and then you will fail and miscast it, and you will probably explode. But the game will have fulfilled its job by warning you. Anyway, let's try to put this on. 3110. It's not as terrible as I thought it was going to be. It's still not as good as what I have with the storm scales. It's a shame because I do want a source of fire resistance, and that is a source of fire resistance. But I cannot really afford to equip it. Too heavy. My evasion is important. After all, I'm playing a swords dexterity character. I have 15 shields. Time to put on the kite shield. You wonder what a sword-killing flesh sounds like, without all the screaming, of course. I bet you can look. I bet you can search a video on YouTube of someone doing that on, like, I don't know, pork or something. I bet that if you search for long enough, you might be able to find such a video. Anyway, we are done with this awful place called Bolts. So I guess we're doing Shoals now because I need a third rune. Well, a second rune. I still only have one. Shoals. But I need a Ring of Light. Small D10. Not a lot of open areas. Wow, my evasion really takes a nosedive if I take off the Ring of Strength. That's not good. I lose 4 evasion. If I lose 4 evasion, I'm better off wearing a Ring of Evasion. Do I have one? I don't have one. Okay. Back to shoals we go. Very important to have flying here because so many dudes are like there's so much water. I mean, and well, I guess everything flies or everything swims or flies, I suppose. So yeah. I'm thinking that maybe we want to Heavenly Storm this. Cancellation does not remove barbs. Did you know that cancellation does not remove barbs? That's crazy. I'm just gonna get out. Yeah, I was thinking of fighting, but since I got barbed immediately, I think the correct thing to do is to just get out. Donald has a kite shield of reflection for me if I manage to survive this. I'm gonna re-teleport because I think Donald is kind of scary. You're jumping off the walls? I hate that. I love how Donald has messages customized to wherever he is on the dungeon and what your character is doing. Like he has messages for literally everything. So much messages. Pretty funny. That's a pretty good leather armor, but unfortunately it's still only leather armor. Not heavy enough for me to actually be able to wear right now. I have one enchant weapon that I can put on the double sword. Eventually the double sword will be fully enchanted, but even then I'm not sure that it will be better than the singing sword. Singing sword is just too good. Deals way too much damage. There were things that died exclusively to the singing sword's sonic boom. In bolts, I noticed that there were, like, when I was fighting large bands of monsters, the back row monsters were dying before the front row monsters. Wow, that's crazy. Polyphemus and Ilsuiu at the same time. I think that I can do it. The craziest part is that I think that I can do it. Obviously with Heavenly Storm, but I think that I can do it. if there is a fight where Heavenly Storm is the thing to use, like that is the one. Oh, haste as well. Yeah, haste is probably also a good idea. Yeah, this is going very well. And the Heavenly Storm actually counters the greatest strengths of both Polyphemus and Ilsuyu, which is the fact that they have really strong things that they can do from afar um, while I fight their minions. You shouldn't use that last potion of resistance. You might need it later. Do jest, but that's literally what I'm doing. Like, I'm not joking. I'm not using that until SOT. Because I might need it for SOT. With the way that these resistances are going, I might actually need it for SOT. It's so bad. It's so bad that we're in that position. But if I get a second potion of resistance, then we're good. And I would still... No, I would probably not use it. I think that it's likely that I would die with that item in my inventory. Anyway, we destroyed those guys. Like, those guys absolutely ceased to exist. And I am here, sole survivor of that massacre with a large amount of my HP. That was so good. Um, Yeah, that was crazy. Turns out that this character is pretty strong if you use buffs. Um, that was me being as buffed as I can be with Heavenly Storm and Might and Haste. I can't use it in Sword either. Yeah, I might need it for the Orb run, right? No, for the Orb run I would just Serpent Slash away from all that I could Serpent Slash away from. Can use it for the orb run. You might need it after you leave D1. Yeah, I might need it for buffing myself for out of the dungeon, right? Like for escaping the dungeon, as I sometimes do when I win the game. So if I win this, I'll have a streak too of random characters. That's pretty cool in my opinion. There could be something post game after I win. Save it for that. I don't know. I don't know about that. I've been keeping an eye on the patch notes, and nothing has been mentioned about a post Orbron game. Um, I mean, there's extended, but that is pre Orbron. Oh, this poor Kraken got absolutely dumpstered. Yep, poor Kraken, destroyed by the Jian worshipper. I hope that you have been enjoying the stream so far. I have enjoyed this character, but it is a very dull character. You could even call it that, since after all it is a simple character, yet another melee character. At least Wujian adds a bit of spice to it. Um, I want the manual of evocation. Do I want it that badly though? I don't want it that badly. I might not even train for it. Hmm. I killed Donald earlier. Why didn't I grab the shield? Yep, that's a better shield than what I have. Oh no, I didn't kill Donald. I actually ran away from Donald. Yeah, in that case, I'll maybe go back and kill Donald eventually. Jorgrun. I don't have File of Lots, right? I have one in a shop that costs like 1200 gold. I didn't buy it because it's too expensive. But if I haven't found it at this point in the game, I might want to buy it after all. It would be a pretty useful thing to have for certain late game spellcasters. Okay. Things are going very well. Yeah, I should have started the stream earlier. Um, but I'm glad that I waited. When it was time for me to start stream, I was not really feeling like streaming today. In fact, I still feel kinda bad. A bit of a headache, but nothing too terrible. Mm. I do feel that it's probably gonna get worse after I end the stream. But for now, I can definitely continue playing. Mm. Satyr, with the fear. Oh, I have half willpower as well. That explains why I'm getting hexed by that. I'm glad that I did Shoals as my second room branch. If I had done it as the first, I think that it would have been really, really bad for me. Hmm. Why? Oh, I was wondering why there were so many monsters. It's Shoals 4, of course. There's gonna be a million monsters in Shoals 4. Um, doesn't look like any special layout of Shoals. It's probably just the usual. Those new layouts for Shoals are probably not very common. Yeah, I feel like more often than not, you see the ones that you're used to. Yeah, I do have to say that when I got Human Monk, I was not so sure that this character was gonna go well. Oh, Boots of Flying. I need those? Wait a second, do I not have boots? Have I been going through the entirety of the game without boots? Well, it's not gonna be the case anymore, and now I have boots. Um, yeah, I have no boots. I can drop the ring of flight now. Yeah, we can go back to protection. That's crazy. Oh, yeah, Donald. Okay. It also is a good time for me to acquire my shield upgrade. Don't drop the ring of flight, you might need it later. Fortunately, I know for sure that I'm not gonna need that later. I'm glad that multiple sources of flight don't do more than one does. Where it took this long to get some boots. Yeah, what I was thinking is that probably I dropped my boots somewhere, and here they are. Yeah, so what happened when I got Lear's Hallberg is that I have to unequip a bunch of stuff, so that's where the boots ended up. I did have boots, but I just forgot to put them back on after I took off Lear's Hallberg. Fortunately, they were only +0 boots, so it wasn't really that much of an issue. I didn't lose a lot from not having them equipped. -2 boots, you like those. Would be funny if there was a character that got advantages from wearing negative gear. Yeah, I think that it would be interesting, considering how rare and difficult it is to get negatively enchanted gear. Imagine getting excited over finding -3, a -3 hat, for example. Yeah, that would be pretty funny. I think that such a character should get 3 slave for each minus on any of the gear that it has. So that like even negatively enchanted weapons, which are really difficult to acquire, would be kind of exciting. Um, I'm thinking Potion of Attraction here, because there's just too many dudes at the edge of the screen. I confused the Impaler with Javelineer. That's why I used the Potion of Attraction. Maybe I shouldn't have actually done that. But it's still pretty good because I end up finding a Manticore. Mm. In this game, there's very few monsters that can inflict you with the Barb's debuff. Only Manticores, some extended monster that I don't even remember, and the Steel Barb Worms. Yeah, only like 3 monsters can do that to you. Oh yeah, like I think I remember the extended monster. It's like a devil, right? Red Devil? Must be one of those. I'm almost sure that it's one of those. Anyway, I picked up my second rune, so the time has come for me to start thinking about what third rune I want. Can I do? I can probably do slime. I have. Oh no! I'm a worshipper of Wujian. As a worshipper of Wujian, it is my duty to do bolts 5. Like this character can actually do bolts 5 kind of okay, because Wujian does very well when fighting. Like Wujian worshippers do very well when fighting many things at the same time. Gives them an excuse to use Heavenly Storm, and then Heavenly Storm just kills everything. Start a fight simulation for betting purposes. 4 Naga sharpshooters versus 2 debuff master archers. I think the Naga sharpshooters are gonna win, but let me see. You are lucky that I recently downloaded a new version of Crawl, but let me just go ahead and do that. Okay, it's gonna take me a bit because I don't have it so accessible. After all, I don't really launch local crawl that frequently. But it's not gonna be Taos, it's gonna be console because that's what I use. So you're gonna have to deal with it. Um, do I even still have local crawl here? I guess I can add it. Yeah, I gotta add it. Give me a second. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted. Now I just have to turn it on. Okay, there it is. And the arena. So it was 4 Naga sharpshooters versus 2 master archers. And then we run the bet because it's for betting purposes. Haven't done bets in so long. How do you even do them? Okay, there it is. It's gonna be a best of 9. Gonna be a best of 9. So while you guys get your bets in, I will go back to my crawl. You got so used to Stormform Cat that you tapped into a horde of snakes, forgot to cast a Stormform and lost a life. Yeah, that happens to me so much whenever I finish a character and I start a new one. Like it happens so frequently, it's the worst thing ever. That's why I try to only play one character that like gets far. I can't play a decent amount of early game attempts, but once one gets beyond a certain point, that's it for the night. Like for example, if this one was to die, I wouldn't start another one. Um, but I don't think that it's gonna die. Where are we going to go next? Bolts 5? Like, I don't have fire resistance. I bet that I should just get that. Do I still not have a ring of fire resistance? I guess not. Um, let's try off without fire resistance. What's the worst thing that can happen? Okay, yeah, that's close to the worst thing that can happen. Finding a bunch of pyromancers. I was expecting more like 7 pyromancers come into view, but yeah, like the fact that the pyromancer is a fire damage monster that is so common to see here is really not the greatest thing ever. I'm glad that they don't hurt that badly, even without fire resistance. Or rather, they do, but I have 200 HP, so who cares? For you, it always gets bad as soon as you step away from the game to sleep or some such. When you come back, you're that bad. You're then bad at that character. Oh, that's something that used to happen to me a lot. I used to play more slowly and not finish characters in one sitting, and I also won more. But yeah, sometimes I came back to the character after like it took me 4 hours to get my first rune or so, and I just died instantly to something. It was pretty aggravating. That in turn made me eventually get to where I am now, which is just like trying to finish a character in the same stream that I started it on, unless it's an extended character, in which case the extended character is probably gonna be okay. Like I don't think that I'm gonna need to worry too much about killing the character. By the way, I was getting hit by a heavy glaive. That's why I am dying. I didn't notice it being heavy. Okay, stop killing me. There we go, Serpent Slash to kill the heavy glaive. I'm a bit surprised that it just got one shot, but I will take it. Okay, I think that the bets are already in. If anyone got in any bets. Yeah, sure. Let's see what happens. Okay, round 1 out of 9. Oh yeah, the Naga sharpshooters are gonna win. It's just they're not even that removed. The way that I would have made it was wow, like the Master Archer got literally one shot there. The way that I would have made it was probably 4 versus 3, or maybe even 3 versus 3. But I think 3 versus 3 wins the Master Archers win. I don't know, very complicated. Yeah. Master Archers are very evasive, so it just goes to show how crazy strong or how accurate the sharpshooters are. Okay, this time one of the sharpshooters died. Yeah, the numerical advantage is just too much uh, for the sharpshooters. Wow, they're winning. Oh, this is wow. That was pretty. That was the first one that the depots win. Do Master Archers not have repel missiles? They don't. The ones that have repel missiles are elementalists and normal archers. Yeah, that's the win for the sharpshooter, but I'm just gonna keep it rolling. Did you seriously bet in favor of the Master Archers? Did you think that the Master Archers were gonna win? That's crazy. Yeah, so far it's been kind of one-sided, 6-1 in favor of the sharpshooters. After this ends, I'm gonna do 4 sharpshooters versus 3 normal archers. I want to see how that goes because of the repel missiles and the normal archers. You feel like you die to them more, to master archers? They're pretty strong. I would say that a singular master archer is more powerful than a singular sharpshooter, but the numerical advantage is just too much for the sharpshooters. Okay. Now we're gonna have 4 versus 3. And we're gonna run another bet because why not? We can consider that to be a freebie. Sharpshooters 1. Okay, and in the meantime, while you get your bets in, I'm gonna go back to my game of Crawl. Something funny would be Ignacio with Sniper versus a horde of tall nail golems. I think Ignacio wins. Ignacio is just too powerful and too fast. I think that Ignacio with Sniper could legit attack more than once per turn. I don't even know if monsters are affected by slow attack speed from like heavy weapons and stuff. Yeah, you remember the monster weapon attack delay changes of a couple of versions ago? That was pretty messed up. I bet that all that like Ignacio with that before that change would die to the toenail golems, but Ignacio after the change would absolutely destroy the toenail golems. Like I'm talking about even fight, or like going from kind of an even fight to an absolute one-sided slaughter from Ignacio. Um, Whoa, I walked and I just destroyed everything. This character is pretty sick. I'm enchanting this two-handed, or like this double sword, but I don't think I'm gonna use it. Okay. So far, Elf has been going okay. I thought that it was gonna be kinda a bit worse than it's been so far. Still gotta be careful with that Annihilator, as always. Um, okay, I think that everyone got their bets in, so let's do the thing again. Okay. Let me actually move it over here and let's do it. Let's do it. Why is it not being done? Oh, for a second, or for some reason it took a bit. Okay. Oh, wow, like, okay. I suspect that maybe the normal archers are incapable of dealing enough damage to kill the sharpshooters. And the sharpshooters are on the opposite side. Like, if the sharpshooters hit the normal archers, they just destroy them. Oh, this is actually doing better. Like, the second fight, like, 2 sharpshooters died. Maybe I should have done 4 versus 4. Now you thought this was Master Archer again? Oh no, this time it's non-Master Archer. Portal ignores repel missiles, surely? Maybe it does? The vet did say non-Master Archer. So yeah, as you can see, these are not Master Archers, they're normal archers. You know, one of the perks that big streamers get is that they can do random stuff like this on their streams and still have thousands of people who watch. Like, do any of you watch Barbarous King? Like, Barbarous King often has channel point predictions and a bunch of random stuff. And I feel like if I could just have a stream of doing this, like salty bets, I would love to be able to do it, but I don't think that such a thing is possible. Twitch UI is super janky with low resolution monitor. Talking about Barf, during the stream when I followed that streamer that someone mentioned earlier who plays Scroll off stream, I saw that Barf is playing Metal Gear Solid 4, so I'm excited to watch that. And the sharpshooters won, but at least the Deep Elf Archers actually got one more round out of the sharpshooters and the Master Archers did. Yeah, 7-2 versus 8-1 for the Master Archers. Okay. Sharpshooters are kind of busted. Okay, that was interesting. Also, something that I don't really do that often on stream anymore, or I ever did on stream. Choose outcome. Sharpshooters again. Sharpshooters are really strong. I wonder if it would be different if it was one sharpshooter um, versus one archer or one master archer. Hmm. Okay, that was pretty good. You saw Convoker Chuck Brilliance. Monsters with Brilliance, not only do they deal more damage with their stuff, but also they cast their stuff more frequently. So I guess it does help for convoking and then convoking and then convoking a bit more. Does recall spell power decrease duration to the recall? No, it's always 3 turns. It's always 3 turns, as far as I know. But to be completely fair, there's no way to really know, since the only monster that has Convoke is a Convoker. Um, and the Convoker takes 3 turns to Convoke. We can drop that Ring of Light. We are not gonna need it beyond D1, despite what Will Tarquine may make you want to believe. Um, or like make want to make you believe. That's what I wanted to say. Sorry. um, why are you making people believe that maybe I'll need a Ring of Light beyond D1? Yeah, because I just found another Ring of Light. Mm, mm, or that Dark Maul is a perfectly safe weapon to use as soon as you find it. Like, imagine if I had just used Dark Maul the moment that I found it. I found it so early in the game. I was gonna search for it, but like it was in the previous character. Cannot search for that anymore. We are gonna need these things. Yeah, those things, and these, and these, and that's it. You better hold on to that. 2 rings of flight is better than one. Ask an AI to come up with interesting matches for Arena. 5 Minotars versus 2 Troll Berserkers. Troll Berserkers don't exist. I like how the AI just like make things up. I also have tried to ask AI for like stuff, like Yu-Gi-Oh related stuff. Actually, I've tried it a bit, and like it doesn't work for that kind of thing. Like it legit doesn't give you coherent answers or answers worth anything. So I have stopped trying. I'm a bit surprised that I managed to kill Luis so easily there. 10 Orc Knights versus 5 Giant Spiders. Giant Spiders used to be a crawl monster. Also, normal dragons used to also be a crawl monster. They were like what is now called Fire Dragon. They used to be green, the normal dragons. Um, but they eventually got turned into Fire Dragons. YouTube series of trying to play Magic with AI generated cards. Oh, do you mean like the ones that Robo Rosewater has made? I like Robo Rosewater a lot. Yeah, like the first ones that Robo Rosewater made were super good. I remember one that had Tromple, not Trample, Tromple, and Mountain Spulk. It was great. Yeah, Tromple with a no instead of Trample with an A. It was Tromple and Mountain Spulk. But it didn't have Trample or Mountain Walk. It had Mountain Spulk and Tromple. It was amazing. Truly the pinnacle of comedy. It gives coherent advice for team fight tactics, but it's for like 3 sets ago. I played the first ever set of team fight tactics, and I got to platinum, and then I decided to never play that again. I had this period of hyper fixation on teamfight tactics. It was unfortunately during the last time that I went to Puerto Vallarta, almost 4 years ago, I think it was. Yeah, almost 4 years ago. Um, and I played a ton of teamfight tactics over there. Um, but yeah, now I don't even have League of Legends installed. It really is unhealthy. I'm gonna wait for Project L to release, at which point I'm probably gonna unfortunately relapse, but I can hold on until then. Gonna use another scroll emulation and lightning growth. I noticed that no effects or no animation, whatever it's called, uh, also turns off bunch of stuff like lightning rod, thin of tremor stones. It probably is really fun to play with that option on if you are a spellcaster. Mm, things are getting pretty nasty here. Yeah, someone decided to summon a Hell Sentinel for a joke. Who summoned you? Okay, this guy over here. Oh, fortunately, the guy that summoned the Hell Sentinel died super easily. I have 100 HP, 120 HP, so if I had more HP, I would probably drink Attraction there to just pull everyone into the fire. But I cannot afford to do that. Very risky. Oh, okay, okay. A fiend was summoned. I don't wanna fight you anymore. I'm gonna wait until that goes away. The Hell Sentinel was also really really scary, but fortunately we were able to kill it before it got out of control. Talking about that, another Hell Sentinel was summoned. Once again, it didn't really get out of control, fortunately. Lame game. You've binged your first set and only played one other one. But you like watching the tournaments? It replaces your League of Legends esport watching because you haven't played that game in 10 years. Things are just too different now. Yeah, beginning with the map, right? The map is different. I never played the old map of League of Legends. I started playing right when the new map was introduced. Um, okay, this ring is bad. Yeah, force laying is good, but the minus dexterity is a pretty bad thing. Worse than the pluses laying is good. Mm. Oh, finally a ring of fire resistance. I cannot believe it. Some gave you clarity because you're epic. Better than chalky milk. Oh, I think that now I need some chalky milk myself. I might have to get that after I end the stream. Oh, I don't need boots of flight anymore. I can replace them with these boots of rampaging. Rampaging is a pretty good property after all. Yeah, boots of flying were only important for shoals. the land of the shallow water. Now that I'm out of there, I don't need it anymore. It's pretty good. Another Ring of Fire Resistance. We went through so long without having seen a single Ring of Fire Resistance, and now we find two in the same level. Seems very par for the curse for a crawl. Hey, look at that! The +3 Giant Cloth Skull Crusher. Pretty cool item. I might have to win with it in my inventory. The inscription is gonna be not Dark Mole, but close enough. Well, it's not really close enough. It's just not Dark Mole. Um, mm, mm. Rampaging messes with Jian, doesn't it? No, I'm sure it doesn't, but it also doesn't synergize. In the sense, like, it doesn't do anything when it comes to actually attacking the monster, but it does do something before actually attacking the monster. It sounds weird, but it's gonna be much more evident the moment that I find a monster to attack. Where do we go now? Okay. I think that I can actually do depths. A bit of depths and then bolt 5. And then maybe slime. Ooh, Wislav. These monsters are too close, so I cannot show you what I mean. But I'm pretty sure that rampaging will make me get to the monsters faster. As opposed to Wujian, which only lets me attack. Or not? Am I rampaging 3? Am I lunging 3? I think that I might be lunging 3. Because I moved forward and it moved me forward. Hold on. What happened there? Oh no, I rampaged towards the Ice Dragon, but it left me in front of the Ice Dragon. It didn't actually attack the Ice Dragon. Yeah, rampaging is doing exactly what I wanted it to do, which is helping me reach melee monsters fast. Okay, this guy's being pretty annoying, hitting me with the things that I do not resist. Okay. That was not a very good first foray into depths, I have to say. Ended up with me having to run away. But I cannot go elsewhere because I need to do that Wislav. I have to do it. What is it? This is not it. Oh no, this is it. It's right here. Yeah, Wislavs never generate just in the open. I feel like they always generate in a bolt, and yep, it's just your friendly neighborhood gateway to hell. Oh, the Enchantress. Immolation. And oh, this would be what I would use in of Tremorstones if I had charges for it. Well, it's fine. I don't need to use Immolation because I have Lightning Rod. Wow! Look at her Fairy skills. They're +7 with 2 pips of fire resistance. They're really good. They're good enough for me to actually want to use them. Now I need a source of... resistance to electricity. It's a shame that I only have that. I guess I can go back to the Demon Blade, but like I would prefer not to for obvious reasons. But I really want to wear those Fairy skills. They're never this good. That is not close enough. Dark Maul for life. The question is if it lunges when you're rampaging from one space away. It would be annoying if it didn't. I'm pretty sure that it doesn't lunge, or rather, like it doesn't remove that functionality from Wujian, But it doesn't let you launch from one tile further away than usual. That's what I'm trying to say. Um, oh, no wonder the Enchantress is not dead. The +7 Fairy skills have 2 pips of fire resistance. Okay. I see a kite shield of positive energy. I am definitely very interested in using that myself. Um, I feel like this setting of turning off animations is not safe for me to use. I feel like I am playing much worse because of having that on. Because lack of animations makes me think that it's the early game, and I'm playing as if it was the early game. Um, Playing very poorly. Okay, I'll pick this up. Oh, I cannot carry it. Hold on, let me drop some stuff so I can carry that. We don't need potions of brilliance because we're not a spellcaster. Magic because we're not using mana. We don't need scrolls of Boon. Yeah, we don't need scrolls of Boon. I don't need scrolls of torment. Those are very dangerous. Once a flame can be dropped. Mm, and that's about it. I can carry the rest of those things. Yeah, those are some crazy good Fairy skills. It is truly amazing that they generated. Okay, I did Wujian launch and it did work. Yeah, Wujian lunging works the way that it always did. Perfect. Lehudiv's Moon Base. We can get the Moon Troll letter armor here. In fact, like it's guaranteed to get the Moon Troll letter armor if it hasn't generated in your game yet. It's unfortunate that it's not a particularly relevant item for my character, but I have gotten it from this place before and I have used it, and it has been good. So it's okay that this one time I don't really need it. Mm, I think that I am a bit too powerful for this bolt now. Yeah, I might be a bit too strong for this. Oh, I was gonna inspect the demonic plant, but it died. Demonic mockery of a plant covered with mysterious appendages and writhing tentacles. It appears to be harmless. If struck, it will die soon after. Are there any new hybrid spells? Yes, there is Plasma Beam, the replacement for Lightning Bolt. Fires a penetrating beam of plasma at one of the caster's most distant foes. The ionized beam bypasses half of the defender's armor, and a second beam of fire follows in its wake. So it deals electricity damage, like Lightning Bolt. It doesn't bounce. And then it deals fire damage. So it's like everything bounced, no matter where it is. You don't aim it. It automatically aims at whatever's farthest from you. It's pretty interesting. Oh, you mean a hybrid melee caster? Not that I can think of. Well, depends on how old you mean, because there's Vice Electric Charge. Um, Sends the caster hurling at a chosen nearby enemy, launching a high accuracy melee attack on arrival. Additional electric damage will be dealt based on the length of the charge, the power of the spell, and the physical damage of the attack. This with the Dark Mole would have been pretty funny. The caster is wrapped in an envelope of twisted space, allowing them to safely pass through creatures, traps, and harmful terrain, and to displace creatures at their destination. The time taken by the spell is the greater of the time needed to move one step, or that needed to launch one melee attack. It's pretty cool. There's also Manifold Assault, but Manifold Assault is it's much older. I'm sure that you have already seen that one before. Wow, there were a lot of potions of mutation there. I might have to drink a couple. I might have to drink another one. And a third one. That's pretty good. Okay, I'll take the willpower. Yep. Call it quits when you're ahead. Pretty cool looking walls. In console, they shimmer. Oh, they also do in tiles. That's great. Same goes for these ones. Man, this bolt is so pretty. I don't know if they shimmer in... Yeah. Okay, they do shimmer. Sometimes they change color. It's pretty cool, right? Never used Manifold Assault either. Your hybrids just involve fighting behind Lightning Spiral Mana Vipers. Oh, you might be interested in Cactus Giant then. Do you know about Cactus Giant? Someone's a warrior from a particularly prickly tribe. Foes that strike these giants in melee are in for a painful surprise. When cast at a higher power, older, more robust warriors will answer the call. Really strong. Also rather new, but not so new. It's been around for a couple of versions. It's a pretty good summon spell. I like it a lot. Yeah, if you haven't played in a while, I would recommend you to try Summoner of the Shining One, because it's pretty good. I should also do that myself at some point in the near future. Getting destroyed by this Wretched Star. Everything else barely dealt any damage. The Wretched Star did all the damage that all the other things were unable to do. Haven't seen me do one. It depends on what you define as a hybrid, because I do cast a good or like I do have a non-zero amount of what you could call hybrids, like melee characters that are casting spells. But wow, this ring is absolutely incredible. But I almost never cast spells with my, or like I almost never cast summon spells, like as a whole, hybrid or no hybrid. Hybrids are something that doesn't quite go statue form irradiate. Well, I do have characters that cast like Vice Electric Charge and other stuff. Okay. It took me a bit to beat the Moon Troll. Oh, I got Frail. That sucks. I'm gonna have to get rid of it. Can I even pick this up? Oh, I can. I somehow have enough space to actually do it. Cool. The ring rent. It's kind of okay, but it is not what I need right now. Yeah, I don't need rent in my life right now. Still pretty funny. It's the ring called Rent. Melee with some spells. Yeah, that's pretty much what I think of when I imagine a hybrid as well. So yeah, I have played some. Mm. Characters that cast Bice, Electric Charge, Manifold Assault. Um, I guess you could even call what I played yesterday a hybrid, because after all, I was casting Manifold Assault with the Dark Maul. It was extremely fun. I didn't have a lot of spells, and originally I was gonna go Iron Shot because I got a manual of Earth Magic, but I um, ended up going for Manifold Assault with the Dark Maul instead, and I do not regret it. That was kind of great. Um, okay, so now onto this ring. It provides me with 6 strength, so that's already enough for me to put it on. Yeah, goodbye, Ring of Strength. Hello, Ring of Strength plus plus plus. Yeah, that's a really, really good ring. Haven't gotten one this good in a while. Um, unlike Rent. Rent is kind of bad. Mm. If it was a Ring of Fire, I would have been more interested in equipping Rent. Smash Shensari? Oh yeah, like if you wanna play a hybrid character, Shensari and Cheibriados are both really, really good. You might be interested in playing those. Um, Cheibriados Warper is nice because you have Lesser Beckoning, which pulls monsters towards you. You also have Manifold Assault. So and you have like a bunch of intelligence from Cheibriados, so you will not really have many issues casting, maybe even casting in medium to heavy armor. That Dark Maul character sounds fun. Yeah, it will be on YouTube. I expect it at some point in the future. Maybe not so near future, but it's probably gonna be this weekend. This too will also go to YouTube if it does win the game. The other one I would have uploaded even if it hadn't won the game, but fortunately I didn't have many issues actually winning the game. Huh. This bolt got buffed. Used to have only one item. Now it has more than one item. Apparently 2 artifacts. Though I suspect that this may have just been randomly put here. And the guaranteed item was this one. Don't forget to mutate off that frail. Good, good call. I should get rid of that right now. Um, I had completely forgotten. I also lost my willpower, but it's perfectly fine because I got a source of willpower. I only need 2 sources of willpower. 3 is not that important. You went Nagav Che with double axe and orange crystal plate armor. You could cast most double axe. What is double axe? You could cast most level 6/7 spells. Yeah, really strong. Che lets you do that kind of crazy things. Oh, battle axe. Was that autocorrect? Because I despise using my phone for trying to communicate with other people. I feel like whenever I send a Reddit message in my phone, I just inevitably have it like say something that is not what I wanted to say pretty much because of autocorrect. I despise it so much. Oh, it was a mix-up in your brain. Oh, I see. That also happens every now and then. Man, this character is pretty strong. Did you see what I just did? I kinda just destroyed all of those guys, like it was nothing. I'm still waiting for my source of cold resistance to electricity. If I get something that is not these storm scales, I can wear the fire scales, or like not the fire scales, the fairy scales, and those are kind of the ultimate armor for this character. They are perfect for this character. They're light, they are very protective, and they give me a resistance that I don't have and that I would like to have. They also have resistance to corrosion, which I also don't have. They're so good that I'm willing to overlook the -3 dexterity that they have. That's how good they are. Yeah. take a moment to admire the Fairy scales because they are seldom this good. Um, it's kind of miraculous that they were that good. Normally they're gonna be minus or +1, and they're gonna have like some jank property or two that you don't even want or need. Um, you're gonna be very disappointed when you get them if you were looking forward to them being good, but not this time. Yep, we've been getting good gear. Overall good gear. Even the very early double sword was amazing. And then I got the Randar Demon Blade, and then I got the Singing Sword. Lear's Hallberg also apported something to this character. Star Polemic. You saw me when I dropped it, but I used that for a good amount of the game. It was actually pretty useful. And Sagat with only a Ring of Fire as your only equipable fire resistance, so you envy me so much. Yeah, I don't know. That sounds to me like a classic blunder in the character select screen. You might have to work on that in the future. Yeah. I know that it can be kind of difficult to avoid pressing the cat button, but I believe in you. You will eventually get to the point where you can avoid pressing the cat button. I just noticed something. The rampaging disables my other like spinny attacks from Wujian. If I could do the rampage, if I could do the launch and other things, like it only does the launch. Um, but it does have some upsides because it lets me launch. Like it lets me, get closer to the other monsters. This is the kind of thing that I should use Heavenly Starman. Yeah, I think that turning on the Heavenly Storm here was a pretty good call. My only regret is that I didn't do it earlier. Are you playing cat for kicks? I am incapable of comprehending such concept as playing cat for kicks, because to me playing cat is the equivalent of pain and misery. But I don't know. You need Catwin. Oh yeah, for me getting Catwin was a very painful process, but it eventually happened. I think that Cat literally was the last thing that I needed to win to get Greater Player. Oh, Kite Shield of Resistance. I want that. I want it more than my Resistance in Negative that I have equipped right now. Give me this. So what's giving me rampaging? Oh, the boots are giving me rampaging. Yeah, I might take them off. You don't think you've tried one yet? Oh, you bask yourself in your blissful ignorance. Yeah, enjoy it while it lasts. I don't think that I'm exaggerating when I say that there's life before playing a cat and life after playing a cat. And life after playing a cat is not particularly better than life before doing so. As the Star Polemic can probably confirm. Oh, maybe you'll stream once I end? Let me know so I can rate you. It's a life-changing experience. Yeah, the same kind of life-changing experience as losing an arm. Well, probably not, but you know what I mean. Like, it definitely changes your perspective in crawl and game design as a whole. So while it is a rather unpleasant experience, that is no joke. It legit is awful to play a cat. It does let you appreciate not playing cats. Like it is like, oh yeah, it is definitely nice to, be able to find these items and actually equip them and use them and enjoy them and get fancy with the gear that I can use instead of just having fur and 40 evasion, um, with 2 armor class, by the way. Um, yeah, 40 evasion would be nice if you could have more than 2 armor class. Do you have statue form? Oh, you have storm form. You mentioned that. Yeah, storm form is way better than being a cat. The only downside is that it doesn't give you HP, so you're still made out of paper. But I bet you have more evasion in storm form than in cat form, right? Cats reach 3 base armor class. Yes, they do. You have to press a statue form every 10 seconds on other characters. Yep. You can actually enjoy a normal play of Crawl, normal game of Crawl, whenever you're not playing Cat. I really gotta get rid of these boots of Rampaging. Yeah, I'll eventually get some other boots. I still need my third rune. My third rune is gonna be Bolts 5. Absolutely Bolts 5. So Worshipper of Jian with pretty good defenses and resistances. I am ready for Bolts 5. You still think cats should be able to work cats and boots, right? Oh, that's Grun. That's Grun and Doomhounds. Yeah, I wonder if these can be. Is this affected by silence? Natural abilities. Doesn't say which is affected by anti-magic or silence, so I'm gonna guess no. Getting Howl is a pretty bad thing. So bad, in fact, that I will use Potions of Cancellation to get rid of it. Wait, does it check willpower now? Seriously? And it still happened? Okay. This used to not check willpower. It happened again? Are you sure that it checks willpower? Are you sure that it checks willpower? Doesn't seem to me like it checks willpower if it happened twice with 9% chance to happen. Anyway, that's a pretty bad thing to be in the receiving end of. You don't want to be affected by Howl. You think cats should also be allowed to wear scarves? Yeah, many things should be allowed to wear scarves that are not currently able to wear scarves. Demon Spawn with the tail mutation. Octopode should wear scarves. Cat should wear scarves. Almost everything that cannot wear scarves, right? Like everything, just like everything should be able to wear scarves. Doesn't seem very intrusive to me as to not be allowed on certain things. And Scarf of Resistance would help so many of those things that I mentioned. Like it will help Cat so much, and it would help Octopode so much. Though Octopode does not need it as much as Cat does. Cat is really in a rough spot. Like it needs everything, and it has no way to get everything that it needs. Demons Spawn wrap their tails around their necks. That's what I was thinking. Like maybe that's why Demon Spawn does not get a cloak slot. But it doesn't make any sense. They should do a like they do it in Dragon Ball and wrap their tails around their waists. Yeah, just do it like in Dragon Ball. That is probably more comfortable than wrapping it around your neck. Scarf Witch prevent cold and farm more comfy. Yes, it is. I agree. Okay, yeah. I think that this character became a truly strong character once I got my my sources of fire resistance. Before that, I was getting pretty nervous about this character because I made it pretty far into the game without resistances. But now we're good. Okay, I think that we're done here with Depths 4. Yep, we're done with Depths 4. Let's go find some boots, and then we can do Bolts 5 and then win the game. All right, Merlin, I don't know if you're still here, but yesterday you probably didn't catch my clearing of Bolts 5. It was um, more fancy than this one is gonna be, but this one is also gonna be a pretty cool clear of Bolts 5. Been so long since characters had tails in Dragon Ball that you have completely forgotten about that. Yeah, it's definitely been a while. Okay, so I was gonna enter through a hatch, but I'm just gonna go in and Leroy Jenkins all of these guys. I don't need resistance. I still only have one potion of resistance. I still resist the mere idea of using it. Go in, Heavenly Storm. Maybe, Serpent Slash early is actually okay. Boosts the power of my Heavenly Storm to begin with, and it will eventually recharge. Now that you think about it, did Broly the new movie have a tail? I think that it did, but I didn't watch that movie yet. I'm not too fond of going to the movies. Yeah, I think that going to the movies is kind of something that you grow accustomed to doing when you're young. And I didn't go to the movies a lot when I was a kid, so I just don't go to the movies a lot now that I am an adult. Not even for things that I would be interested in watching, funnily enough. Like, for example, the One Piece movie, I wanted to watch it, but I didn't manage to gather the desire to actually go ahead and do it. So I just didn't do it. I'll watch it eventually. Maybe I'll have one of my friends on the internet lend me the movie or so. Wink, wink. And now you have witnessed how crazy Wu Jian is. If you're looking at this and saying, how come this guy is still at 171 HP after like clearing all of Bolts 5 pretty much from the stairs? Well, that's what Wu Jian lets you do. I tell you, Wu Jian really, really like makes your character go crazy in many versus one fights. It's amazing. Oh, Wizardike, thank you for the raid. I appreciate the raid, Wizardike. If you have not followed Wizardike yet, you should consider doing so because Wizardike also streams Scroll and often streams at a time before I stream and streams for quite a while. So pretty much if I'm not online, Wizardike has a very good chance of being online. I appreciate you all for your continued support of both me and Wizardike. So yeah, how did your stream go today? For me, it's still another random character. First attempt today. So if I win this, I have a streak of 2 random characters in a row. And as you can see, human monk of Wu Jian, melee character, using Singing Sword, spinning around, blowing things up, destroying Bolts 5 like it's nothing, potentially destroying Slime like it's nothing too. Oh yeah, let me show you the most noticeable thing about this run. I have Fairy skills that are not bad. Look at those Fairy skills. They are real good. It's absolutely crazy. 15 runes on the Delver. Took a few tries. My I think that I only have one high score in this character. My high score is over Ogre Delver. What I mean by high score is that I have the highest score that anyone has gotten on that specific combo of Ogre Delver. It is on YouTube in case you want to watch it. My Ogre Delver 15 rune high score. Mm, I think that it was a one-on-one as well. And to think that I was so close to giving up until I remembered that I had Wand of Digging at the very beginning. Yeah, the Wand of Digging that the Delver starts with absolutely saved the day there. That was with an older version of Delver that started with more powerful things, more consumables to, not die. Yeah, I did Dark Fold Manifold yesterday. Oh, Wizard like finished a 15 rune with Manifold Assault and Dark Maul. Yeah, it's a pretty good combination. I almost took it to extended. The only reason why I didn't is because I don't really like to do extended that much. You're all doing it already. I mean, the stars do need to align in order for you to do it. It needs to be a character that wouldn't be absolutely throwing the game away by even attempting to do it, because it requires hefty investment to get the Dark Maul usable. Um, but yeah, it's pretty strong, surprisingly powerful. Your second game where you got Dark Maul and both runs were on Mesa's characters. I feel like I get it all the time, but it's never the kind of character that would actually want to use it. Until yesterday, that is. Yeah, my character yesterday was a Mesa's character. Now I want to get Dark Maul with Okawaru. I feel like Dark Maul with Okawaru, so you can just finesse pretty much every fight. Well, every fight that is mildly dangerous and just like absolutely win it in the blink of an eye would be pretty funny. Hmm. You have never used Dark Maul, but you have been killed by two headed ogres wielding it twice. So you have been killed by two two-headed ogres wielding two Dark Mauls twice. I see. At least it was not a Netin. If it was a Netin, you would have exploded into separate atoms, like I was doing yesterday. Hmm. That ring is pretty okay. It's not great, but it is pretty okay. The scimitar is it's bad for this point in the game. The manual, I am using a minus cast items and no casting, so gold it is. Okay, that was the weakest acquirement that I have gotten this game. Still waiting for a source of resistance to electricity so I can take off the storm scales and replace them for the fairy scales. I bet that I would get a ton of evasion from doing that. Okay, that is a source of resistance to electricity. Okay, that's a pretty exciting item to have found. I am going to equip it. Why have I gotten such good items today? I don't know. But I have already won a couple of runs where I had nothing when it came to items, but this time, yeah, today we have some good items. Look at that ring; it's so good. It even has a slaying. It has no downsides. It's great. Um, 30, 35, 21. Yeah, as I suspected, it was a massive buff to my character to find a source of resistance to electricity. I like it. I might even be able to take off the kite shield of resistance and replace it, or like go back to the kite shield of resistance to negative that I had before. Minus 10 intelligence. That's a dangerous item. Though I could imagine some spellcasters would want it. Same goes for the amulet, however. 5 intelligence and mana regen. But I'm not using any of those things. I'm using the money. Okay, Mr. Dreadlich. Alrighty. Yeah. Very, very easy Bolts 5. I'm amazed at how easy it was. Easiest Bolts 5 that I've had uh, in a while, in a very long time. You just killed Senata by spamming Plasma Beams times 6. That would be great on a Formisit. Yeah, the Mind Stele I had. Yeah, that was really good. For a Formisit specifically, like you already have minus Stele after all. Time to do Sot. Yep, this time I don't think that I want to do Slime, though I don't think that it would be that difficult to do it either. I'm almost Omni resistant, and I have great defenses, so I am not afraid of the denizens of this place one bit. Hey, I reached level 27, the final one. It sure is nice to be a human and level up very fast. Dexterity, sure. 30, 37, 21. Such good defenses. Does Enfeeble work on Orbs of Fire? I think so, but let's see. Irresistibly weakening their melee attacks and disrupting their magic. So, Orbs of Fire are immune to magic, but this does say irresistibly, so I think it does. I would say that it does. If it doesn't, I would feel pretty scammed. Not that I wouldn't feel pretty scammed using Enfeeble anyway. I have a series of 3 videos on YouTube of a cat that found the hex book, a high-level hex book, very early into the game, and I tried Enfeeble. I was like, okay, Enfeeble cannot disappoint me because it cannot be resisted. And then I died because Enfeebled like I got the full effect of Enfeeble on something, and it still managed to banish me. Like I think I got it on a debuff sorcerer in Elf, and I was like, okay, full effect. There's no way it banishes me, and then it banished me, and then I died because of that. That was extremely painful. Yeah, I hate cats. Cats are the worst thing to play in this game. Okay. Yeah, like you don't get the full effect, but it does get the anti-magic effect, which is kind of a big deal because that's the only thing that Orbs of Fire can do. Banished as a cat. How unfortunate. Yeah, after all, cats do have 6 willpower per level up, so it's literally double what I get as a human. I still got banished. I'm glad that at the end of the day I did get my source of resistance to electricity so that I could equip the Fairy skills. Yeah, it's so unusual, so uncommon to have Fairy skills that are actually decent. I'm gonna go to Bolts to buy that tower shield because I want to see what it is. It's a +2 tower shield. I might use it. Do I have other options? No. What happens if I put it on? 30. What's my attack speed? 0.8, 0.8, 0.7. I like it. It's mostly 0.8. I'm gonna have it on for a while. I like all 3 stats being over 30. Like, that's super nice. I feel really strong with this character. Yeah, this character has better defenses than the character yesterday. But to be completely fair, the character yesterday was dealing more damage. 56 damage rating with the Singing Sword. You've come around to Cat? Seriously? Or do you mean like I used to like Cat and now I hate them? Because that's a reasonable thing to do. Are you telling me it's the other way around? Did you not like Cat and now you like them? I'm gonna Heavenly Storm. After all, there's no reason for me not to Heavenly Storm. I'm gonna get a lot of piety from these fights. They aren't that bad, okay. Yeah, that's crazy talk to me. I cannot imagine a world where cat is not that bad. Cat, in my opinion, is the definition of that bad. If you look up that bad on the dictionary, you're gonna see a picture of a cat. Not unlike my mind cat emote. Hmm. Being slowed is not so nice here. I think that I might want to haste, but I only have 6. I might need those for SOT 5. Extra lives? You wouldn't need the extra, like the extra lives are only there because cats are such garbage that I don't think it is um, sane to ask for crawl players to win them without the extra lives. Uh, Cats are very likely to just get one shot. Like not only because they have really low HP, but also because they don't have slots to put defenses or resistances on. So like it just seems so like such a miserable gaming experience to me. And the few times that I've played cat have been that. I have 3 cat wins somehow. Um, the one from the original account, the one from this account, and the Cat Berserker that was sponsored by Rithrin. So yeah, it definitely is not an experience that I am particularly interested in like replicating or like playing again. You know, like I can even say, oh, I want to play an Octopus today, or I want to play even Mommy. I've had occasions where I've been like, oh, I want to play Mommy. I have never, not even once, been like, I want to play Cat because Cat is that bad. I'm even astonished about like why is Cat still in the game? What makes Cat not the absolute worst thing that should be removed? I don't get it. But some people really like cats. I don't get it. I don't get those people either. Mm. It's more tedious work for sure. Yeah, like that's exactly what I mean. Like I'm not playing crawl for extremely tedious situations, and cat is just full of that. There's no other way around it. With other characters, there's a good chance that you're not gonna be stuck in the misery that is, being a really bad crawl character, but with cat it is a guarantee. Like it's just inevitable. Um, Once again, I pressed the Heavenly Storm button and I pretty much cleared the whole level. Would have been pretty much easier if I hadn't gotten this level layout. Probably not very easy to tell because of all the clouds, or at least it is not easy to tell for me because of all the clouds in console. But it is kind of cramped and not enough space for me to do martial arts against many enemies. Um, but yeah, I think that we're done. I think that I cleared almost the entirety of the level. Beautiful. If Kaslal did something like what I just did, Kaslal would be really good. But I think that Jian is what Kaslal should be. Cat is the big funny. I don't know. I feel like it's a kind of comedy like dumb ways to die kind of funny, but like I don't enjoy experiencing dumb ways to die in crawl personally. Mm. Anyway, that clearing a full level of Sot with a single Heavenly Storm. I bet that I got back the piety that I spent for that Heavenly Storm. But that's why it costs so much, because it is that powerful. Um, Probably one of the strongest god abilities in the game. It is truly insane how good it is. Definitely helps a lot that my defenses and resistances are really great as well. So I can actually afford to take rather long fights when I also deal a lot of damage and the monsters die super quickly. Mm. I am truly astonished at the loot that this character has. It is crazy. The two rings are great. The fairy scales are good. The hat is pretty decent. I have a cloak of willpower. Like it's so good. Getting good rings is truly the difference between having a good character and having an absolute godly character. I should try to charm you. Come on, come on! Don't do it. Okay, I got it. Um, it instantly died. That's kind of annoying. Okay, I'm gonna go for it again. I have 3 might and 7 haste. I can use a haste. Did you know that the Heavenly Storm gives you See Invisible? Or rather, it reveals invisible monsters. It's a really nice thing to have. Um, I wish I could use Serpent Slash on the Orb of Fire. Serpent Slash for the Orb of Fire is super good. I have one-shot Orbs of Fire with Serpent Slash before. I was marked, so I felt like I was gonna be fighting more monsters than that. This time I didn't pay itself, or it didn't pay for itself. Well, I still hold on to the hope of finding more monsters to kill. Oh, player ghost. I opened it without even checking for the ghost. But it doesn't have any spells. I should be able to beat it. It has all the armor class in the world, but I also deal pretty big boy damage. 64 damage rating plus a slay. Does it go up with my? Yes, it does go up with the Heavenly Storm Slay. Heavenly Storm, though, you hard commit to the fight. The clouds don't let you blink away. That is correct, but that is not really an issue for this character. It is an issue for weaker characters. It is like turning on Kaslal mode, if you think about it. Like the comparison to Kaslal still holds true, even with that. Because Kaslal commits you to every fight, always, because like the monsters are just gonna come to you and keep coming to you, no matter what you do, no matter what consumable you end up using. Um, but with this, you can turn it on when you want the monsters to come to you. If you don't want the monsters to come to you, you don't turn it on. It's great. Issue to unskilled characters. Yeah, it's definitely a skill issue for your character. You could even, no joke, say that it might be like a player skill issue if you turn on Heavenly Storm and you die because of it, because it is a pretty good ability designed to do the opposite of killing you. So yeah, if you turn it on at the wrong time, it might kill you, of course. Um, hmm. I wish I still had Heavenly Storm. It was pretty scary early. This character got a D12 Storm Dragon, which, by the way, drops scales, and I used those scales for quite a while. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Imagine if that Storm Dragon had killed me. I would have been pretty sad. 9 scrolls of blinking. At some point, I got a million of them. No complaints, though. Heavenly Storm again. Okay, it was time for me to go down to 5 pips of piety. I'm not gonna use it anymore, but I think that after this fight I should at least go all up to 6 pips of piety, and ideally I would go up to 200 piety. Oh, you're too exhausted to lash out? My bad. Cannot move. This is pretty annoying. Having Blink would be pretty useful here. Can I wall jump? Oh, I can wall jump. Sure, I shall continue doing that then. Berserk. I can wall jump while Berserk? Wow, I cannot believe this. You can wall jump while Berserk. That's crazy. A fumble. A Nerve of Fire is a fumble. Yeah, I mean, right now it's not even that bad for me. Oh, I got Berserkitis. That's why I am Berserk. Well, I'm gonna try to drink some potions of mutation. Didn't notice when I got all those bad mutations. But they haven't really been that relevant anyway. Um, yeah, I got them recently. But they haven't really even been impactful mutations. Time to drink potions of mutation. Minus a scroll is not good. We're gonna be getting rid of that. Minus a scroll is not good. Still, we are going to be getting rid of that. Robust is really good, but minus a scroll is not good. We're gonna get rid of that. Frail is really bad. We're gonna get rid of that. That's fine. It pretty much totals to like neutralizes into me not having any mutations, so it's okay. Does cancellation get rid of the storm? It doesn't. Okay, I want to get rid of the slow. Did I not drink cancellation? Or did I get slowed again? Oh yeah, death cough. My bad. I'm glad that my defenses are so good, because running around multiple berserking dudes is definitely pretty scary at times. Needed to get rid of that death cough as soon as possible. Where did all these ghost mods, or like mods of wrath, came from? Okay, the character is great. I guess it's pretty obvious, but the character is great. I'm only mentioning it because that kind of fight wouldn't have been able to be won by many characters, even characters with Jian. Okay, had to go into tree form because there was a Cursto there. The Cursto plus the Berserkers is actually a really nasty combination because my main way to not die to the Berserkers is to avoid their attacks or to block them. And while in tree form I cannot really avoid their attacks, I can only block them. Yeah, back to 6 pips of piety we go. I knew that I was gonna get to 6 pips of piety after fighting so many monsters so quickly. Okay, it would be great if I had done the entirety of the level, but I am okay with only having done the majority of the level. Though we shall see if I find more monsters or what's gonna happen. Another curse though. Okay, I'm glad that I was able to kill that without using 3-form, because it's kind of a scary thing to do. How is that thing asleep? Hmm. This looks like it's probably a really nasty bolt. I don't want to use Heavenly Storm again, however. I feel like I need to save my piety for SOT 5. Okay, I give up. I'll do it again. Just because I feel like I will gain back some of that piety by doing it here. Starting to get a bit nervous because I killed so many monsters and I didn't go back up to 6 pips of piety. Not because the fights are likely to kill me or anything. Come on, give me more monsters. This character is absolutely just a whirlwind of absolute death when Heavenly Storm is turned on. It is kinda crazy how strong it is. I go up to 54 evasion. Yeah, we might even get it to 55. This character is so tanky and so damaging. Source Dexterity characters always turn out to be really good. This was the first time that I played a human with swords, like a Swords Dexterity human. I have played other things with Swords Dexterity, and but it's always things that have like a good aptitude for swords, and I like they do well, right? This was the first time that I did something with zero aptitude for swords, and well, to be completely fair, zero aptitude for everything, and it was really, really good. Your cat feels like low tier god whenever it uses MCC. Does it feel mentally untouchable? Oh man, low tier god. I don't know. I feel like low tier god is a really good example of what I want to try to avoid when it comes to my stream. I have very intentionally stayed away from the path of buffoonery, and I think that my life is better because of that. I don't know. I think that there's certain things that should never be sacrificed for the sake of internet fame. Or I guess in the case of LTG, it's more like internet infamy more than internet fame. All both these entrances are nasty. Um, this one because of this, and the other one is sealed off. So, well, at least the other one is not sealed off. I have an alarm trap, and I'm a Jian worshipper. I'll do it. I'll of course do it. Why wouldn't I do it? Worst case scenario here, I go to 4 pips of piety. It is still okay because it's not like I'm gonna want to do multiple heavenly storms, so I can definitely go to 4 pips of piety and still be in a good spot. Yeah, I didn't go to 4 pips of piety. Just did a shot for Doorbolt with your cat. That's crazy. How did you not die to that? I think that I would have died to it. Yeah, I never do well when it comes to door bolts. Okay, this is going pretty well so far. Yeah, like there's no large amounts of monsters. Like I'm just killing them before they can truly snowball out of control. Unfortunately, my mark ran out, but I still have a good amount of monsters to continue fighting. And the worst case scenario, I can go for the double Heavenly Storm. Drinking haste, resistance, brilliance, and then spamming chain lightning. Oh yeah, with a level 9 spell, of course. Yeah. But to be completely fair, I have had characters with Firestorm and Shatter do door bolts, and they still almost die. Yeah. Me and door bolts, yeah, we don't really do well. I'm gonna drink another haste. If I don't drink them now, after all, when am I going to drink them? Am I going to save them for the dungeon, for life after becoming a mighty warrior? I don't think so. We might be done. I may have just fought off the entirety of SOT 5 in a single fight, and I come out and I emerge victorious with full HP. Minus a scroll is bad, but it doesn't matter anymore. Um, I haven't mentioned it a lot, but like the clouds that you get from Heavenly Storm are such a big deal. They are so important. Um, like I don't think that I would have been able to win the fight the way that I did if I didn't have those clouds. Because I was fighting Orbs of Fire and Leeches, you know. Having them be within melee range so that you can easily kill them is a very important thing when you're a melee character, fighting many things at the same time. Jian is great. Yeah. Jian is just absolute total domination. Once you get after a certain point, once you get to a certain point in the game. So I have picked up the Orb of Sot, and I forgot to check for any other wonderful items of Sot, unfortunately. Oh, there was nothing. Okay, everything is fine then. Killer clowns have distinct skeletal structure from humans in this world. What makes you say that? I guess they're killer clowns from outer space or so. Wow, lots of Hell Sent. I fought one, and probably I shouldn't have. I'm being overwhelmed by hubris. Should try to not fight stuff like that. What do you do? Orb of Electricity? That's pretty scary. Orb of Electricity is a funny thing. Very rare spell. Pretty much nothing gets it, not even players. Um, Crackling Orb of Electrical Energy, creating a huge explosion and impact. Whoa, this guy has distortion. Getting banished would have been pretty annoying. I will finish before you, probably. Yeah, my SOT 5 was really fast. I have had SOT 5s take me up to an hour, but like certainly not with this character. And it's looking very likely that I'll get a streak of two. Two random characters, one in a row. First one for me. Okay. Now I can finish the stream and change this to youtube.com/@9settler, and then I can go get something to eat because I'm kind of hungry, and probably turn the lights off because I'm also still having a bit of a headache, but that will go away after I go to bed. Yeah, it's not that bad. I'm glad that the game gave me an easy and strong character to win. I don't think that I would have been able to do nearly as well if the character had been a moderate difficulty character. This was super easy. You'd say GG, but I use haste potions back to back. I will need those later. Yeah, I still have 5. I'm okay. I don't think that I'll actually need them. Um, but yeah, that's win 298. Um, win 298. Pretty cool. Getting pretty close to the 300 wins. Tomorrow I'll play Rift Wizard, and then on Thursday I'll play some more Crawl, I think. Well, that is if I stream tomorrow and or Thursday. Um, Win 300 should be a 15 rune cut? No. I think that I would do it if you gave me a lot of money, but I would probably suffer a lot and regret my decisions. So please don't give me a lot of money for that. Give me a lot of money for other reasons, I guess, but not for that. Anyway, let's get out of here. The character was great. Yeah, pretty strong character. Lots of willpower, lots of good stuff. Um, Lots of everything. Lots of damage. Lots of rare items. Surprising things. Um, Let me inscribe the Fairy skills with best Fairy skills ever. Yeah, because those are probably the best Fairy skills that have ever generated in anyone's game. Really, really good. If you get good Fairy skills, those are the best thing possible for a dexterity character. Um, mm, 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 What else do I need to do before winning? Nothing. Let's just win. Oh yeah, I was gonna drink potions of mutation, but it doesn't matter. Great character. It's gonna go to YouTube. Absolutely gonna go to YouTube. You think you've actually seen better fairy skills, but you don't remember what they offered? Yeah, if you don't remember, then were they really even that good? I feel like these were the best fairy skills ever because they were perfect for my character. Like I didn't have good armor. Like I had storm skills, but storm skills were nuking my evasion, and I didn't have good fire resistance. And the fairy skills gave me good armor and good fire resistance. They were perfect for my character. They also gave me resistance to corrosion, which it always gives resistance to corrosion. Um, but I didn't have that, and yeah, it's just like literally perfect. There has never been a more perfect set of fairy skills for a character ever. It was amazing. But anyway, I will come back tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll play a mage because I feel like oh no no no, Rift Wizard. Well, I guess playing Rift Wizard is playing a mage. Um, and then on Thursday, I'll play a mage in Crawl. I promise that I'll play a mage. Good stream tonight. Have a nice rest of your evening. Star Polemic, will you actually stream so I can raid you? It would be nice if you could just click and raid someone. Um, if you're actually gonna stream, I'll raid you. No, you just ended your run. You won, I suppose. Well, anyway, have a nice rest of your night, everyone. I was gonna raid Star Polemic, but I guess I can search for someone else to raid. Maybe there's someone playing Crawl. Fingers crossed. The only person playing Crawl is me. What a surprise. So, yep. Okay, no one playing Crawl. I'll get out of here now and I'll go to bed. Well, I'll try to get something to eat and then I'll go to bed. See you around. Have a nice rest of your night. Thank you for the support. Thank you for your very generous contributions and thank you for just being overall pleasant people on the internet. I appreciate that.